Ladies, gentlemen, what's going on, family? How's your day been? Everybody good? Bitcoin, you need some of my coffee? You were doing so well before I left to go get some coffee. And now you're looking all tired in the face. Yeah, for real. It's been a couple really good days of trading, not for nothing. Let's see. We still got so much. Yeah, I mean, my TA from last night stands, yo. I really don't. I'm just shooting for golden pocket. That'll be our high or low. In my opinion. You guys were here last night. The last thing we did before we got off was drop a squiggle. Let's see if I can find it. Mm-mm. One second, I'm trying to put a couple things together here. There you go, Biddy. Back to business.
It's an unusual looking weekend.
Yeah, to say the least, right? They let the bears loose, man. They let the bears out.
Hey, but I had a question for you. It's not really regarding trading, but it's around crypto. And like, say I want to be a merchant and I want to accept crypto.
Mm-hmm.
How would you set that up, or what would you do?
Well, it depends. Like Square, I believe, is probably the easiest turnkey one right now. Like most people are probably already using Square or familiar, with Square. But if you take Cash App payments, that's pretty automatic. Square would probably be the easiest right now. And I mean, honestly, I know everybody hates, if you're a merchant, you hate Visa with a passion. You don't want to be paying those fees, but they're going to start offering it too, which I think doesn't make a lot of sense, right? The point is to get out from under that. What is it, like 3%, 3.5% or something Visa charge for payments? But I
Yeah,
would,
they take a percentage.
yeah, I would look into Square, but then, I don't know what kind of payments you take already, if there's any way to,
I
but
don't. I'm just trying to set it up, and I'm thinking I don't want to be in the dollar. I'm trying to get away from the dollar.
I hear you. I hear you. Look into Square because they're
Okay,
the ones
good
that are
deal.
probably the most like enterprise ready, in my opinion. But hitting up AI, not a bad idea either. Just so you can
Yeah, yeah.
get a full range of your options. Me personally, everything that comes into my Cash App gets automatically turned into Bitcoin.
Oh,
So,
that's cool.
yeah, so like if you get direct deposits or anything like that, like you can, even if your employer, if you have a job, if your employer doesn't pay you in Bitcoin, you can pay yourself in Bitcoin, right? There's nothing really stopping you anymore. So this
Nice.
was the day before. Yeah, I'll look into it. I'll see if there's anything new that sounds cool, and I'll toss it your way.
I've been using AI a lot more, and man, I hate to think that that's how I'm gonna use it, but I see like every time I talk to it or it gives me something, it comes up with these sources and stuff, and so you actually got to go back to where it's getting the
Yeah,
information and which sources,
yeah.
and so it's important to do that. I kind of was seeing how is it grabbing this information and it's taking it from different areas, and so you really got to need to go back and look at that too.
It'll teach you how to research stuff too, like because some of the depth that it goes into, or some of the like connections that it makes. But yeah, you got to treat it like a research assistant, but a research assistant that's new, and you still kind of gotta, make sure he knows what he's talking about.
And some of the stuff it's exposed me to is like almost blown my mind though too. Like its ideas as far as presenting my like products and stuff like that and how to get them out there and like ways to present it. It's
Yeah,
it's like blows my mind.
it's really really good for like entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, people with really small teams.
Yep, yep.
All right, give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Me 1 second, team. I'm on a call real quick. right, I'm back, y'all. What up? All right, still looking to probably put in this W somewhere around this 200. All right, hit the 200, come back, hold the 50, put in that W pattern that takes us up through liquidations into our squiggle. Yeah, let me play the clip from last night. This is what we were talking about last night, y'all. I'm gonna go do some more research in a second and get all over this CME closing thing. Run some simulations through AI. Speed this up. You guys put in two and two together though with the last couple things that we've been talking about. Oh, we did a deep dive. The biggest winner. We did a deep dive last night on the Chinese China deals. If you guys want to check it out, and about 2 deep dives ago, we talked about. I should make this like a graphic. Get to it, Dbloc. I know, right? This is yesterday's video, y'all. Nobody freak out. I think this is the clip. This is right around the time it was. We weren't at target 5 yet. It's usually a good idea. For me, the question is, where does the, excuse me, how high does the right side of this future M go? Yeah, this is it. I'm like a bit of a snob when it comes to movies. Like, if it's not made well, it won't hold my interest. It's decent. Bro, focus, Dbloc. This is 4 o'clock in the morning, Dbloc, by the way. Anybody that's not here in the middle of the night, the most random conversations. But yeah, this M here. Right, if we draw our fib, let's say we get all the way down to that 747. I mean, we'll readjust later if it goes slower, but then we'd be looking at 382,779 or a golden. Wow, look at that. Golden pocket at 80 flat would be one hell of a lower high. Plenty of meat on the bone for us to eat. And a real psychological hit getting rejected off of 80. Uh-oh. Just realized something. Anywhere between that 0.5 and golden pocket is going to read as a head and shoulders to most people on Twitter. This is some hardcore future tripping right here. They wouldn't fractal this top head and shoulders on us, right? That would just be nasty work. Actually be quite pretty and symmetrical. But there's a lot of assumptions there, right? First assumption is that it doesn't go lower than 747. Second assumption, obviously, is that it rejects off of 80. But that being golden pocket and that being such a strong psychological, that's a pretty decent bet. But first things first, we would have to get that bounce off the measured move of the M pattern, which we technically haven't really hit just yet. So if we get that bounce off the measured move, right, pulls us away from some trap shorts, and then we get a false move up. No, because the false move up would have to, yeah, our trap longs are right there. So a false move up, freeing the trap longs. Golden pocket. 3-day retracement to break. Wow, that would be nasty. That would be nasty because this is going to bring, if we do get this move up all the way up to 80, that's going to bring a lot of FOMO back. And this trap is going to be nasty if it plays out like that. Well, that's basically what we were talking about last night, and this is the range of that squiggle that we drew out. So I'm looking for a type 2 off of this 200. Probably come down to the 50, put in the W, finish the move out. That's going to be the point of interest. Once we take this CME gap, is volume increasing or is it decreasing going into that golden pocket? This is where all the decisions are going to be made. But like I always tell y'all, if you're a bear and you think that this is just going to go down, right? You really want to make that decision here? Like, you really want to get all the way up here just to see volume increasing, just to see some good news come across the tape or something, right? To then have to make a decision to get in here? Or does it make more sense to play these relief rallies with the intention on them being relief rallies, but with your eye open for continuations, right? Because then it opens up your options. That's been my whole argument this whole time. Don't get so stuck to your biases that you're not playing the bounces. Like, don't be scared of the bounces, because one of these bounces turns into a longer bounce, and then now, you know, now you got some decisions to make, and then you put yourself in the boat of having to jump in with type 5s. I don't want to do that. But baby steps. Right? First, we got to see if we can get over this 200. There's more than enough liquidations. All of market maker targets are above as of right now. Right. But we are in the weekend trap, so even though it doesn't look like it, we are between trap longs and trap shorts, and that liquidity has been built and is being harvested. Yeah, it's possible, but we'll cross that bridge if we can get above that 200. And then we can start thinking about it being a V shape or something. Let's try to clean this chart up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I love symmetry. Like, that's one of the things that just kind of nerds me out a little bit when it comes to charts. So, like, I really like the idea of this ending up as a big head and shoulders here. It's just such good balance. Bullish stuff still stands, yo. We have our targets, right? We were very clear. I tried to be very unbiased about all of this shit. If you guys know where my bias lies, right? But when I do the TA, I try to keep it as unbiased as possible. So we had our 3 points of interest, right? These 3 arrows get hit. I've got to rethink what's going on momentum-wise. these 3 arrows get hit, plan is the same. Right? We were looking at our Gaussian channel. We were looking at our Ichimoku cloud. We were looking at all of these metrics that would have given us the okay to get bullish. Right? We had to close and open a 2-week candle above the Gaussian center line, which is that blue line. Right? We failed to do that. We had the Ichimoku baseline that if we would have cracked would have been very important. We had the 50 EMA on the weekly. We were watching all of that. Right? Gaussian channel 1 week, 2 week, Ichi 1 week. But we got to play the chart that we see, not the one that we want. Now the chart that I see. Yeah. This looks good. My bad. I don't know if you guys heard me until then, but just tripping out. You guys hear any of that or no?
Are you talking about the clip you were playing?
No. Like right now when I was talking about the chart I was looking at.
Oh, I don't know. I heard a bunch of stuff, but I don't know if I heard specifically what you're talking about.
Nikon with the 5 gifties, W gifts. Appreciate you, bro. Welcome to the new members. Now, what I was saying was, you know, I think I was very fair at the top, even though like my bias is I haven't been secretive about my personal bias, right?
Yeah, I heard you talking about that.
Yeah. So I mean, we had all these levels above that if they would have hit, I would have happily switched ideas on how long it would take to go down or, you know, whatever, but we just didn't do that. I think these were our 3 bullish, 3 bearish arrows. So as of right now, we failed that test, you know? That's good to hear, Bucks. Venus, what's going on? Yeah, it's been good. I hope yours is going good. All right, let's get an uptrend going here. Just something to track momentum by. Let me close my office door because people in my house. Hold on. I think it's possible to get there before that. If I'm right, then I think we hit 80K between Sunday and Monday. But if I'm right, that'll also be the lower high. So the best chance, if you want me to like the best sign of me being wrong is if we hit that 80 after Monday. Right? Because if we don't get a false move up, or if that false move up runs into Tuesday, then market maker's not in control. That'll be the best case for the bulls. The question for me isn't do we get there? The question for me is what do you do when we get there? I think it's important to build a plan down here when there's no FOMO in the brain. Even if the plan is you're going to continue, right? But build it before you get there. Build it with a sober brain. And in that way, when you're at 80 and you're euphoric, you're just going to stick to your plan. If it's hold, it's hold. If it's sell, it's sell. But establish the plan when you're sober. Mondays are, oh, that's true too. Yeah, it'd be interesting. We'll see how this plays out. All right, I'm back in. Mm. It is hot in Florida today. I got the AC kicking. Little 8% move seemed a little crazy last night. I don't know, it's looking good. We've already fractaled twice. Let's catch up on our count. So first W from the drop. Type 2. Popped up. Did we get that 382 for the fractal? Nope. All right, so that doesn't qualify. So we're still looking to fractal this W on the 5 minute onto like the 15. I'll show you what that'll look like in a second if we get it. All right, so for this to be valid, we would have had to come down a little bit lower. Right, this is too shallow for a higher low fractal. So if you're looking to jump on this train, you need a type 2 entry, right? Or else you're just chasing breakout. Sometimes you don't get it, you know? But what it would look like for us, let me get rid of this. Hold on. Retracement wise, assuming that we retrace from where we are right now, between 382 and golden pocket is where you'd like to see it. I'd like to see it at 382. I think there's enough support here. I know people will be tempted to draw inverse head and shoulders right there, but if it's not deep enough for a W, then it's not deep enough for an inverse head and shoulders. Right? It's more than just structure. But I guarantee you there's, and if you have this drawn out, I mean, I'm not trying to target anybody, but this is wrong. Structure wise, it looks great. Right? But you haven't dropped far enough, in my opinion. No, it's not that it doesn't mean it's not going to go up. It just doesn't meet the criteria for a risk-adjusted entry. In other words, if you take that continuation 100 times, it probably doesn't turn out right. But the flag was there. Your wedge was there. Let's get it. Thing with type 2 entries, y'all, is it's a safer entry because you're not catching falling knives. But if you're taking type 2 on higher time frames, you know, there is a chance that you don't get your entry. Which is why your boy personally likes to snipe. Remember what I said last night? Pay attention to the feels. Watch the FOMO build as we get to 80. Listen for it in the chat. We're only on our rise 2. Right, this is our rise 2. So if you're following the count, market makers count, you got your W pattern, rise 1 that comes back and tests the 50, rise 2, and you would expect a rise 3 before an M pattern. My argument is that this rise 2 retrace, hopefully, can come deep enough pause to give people who didn't catch this a type 2 entry for continuation.
Hey, Dbloc, that consolidation phase you speak of, we
Mm-hmm.
haven't started seeing that, have we?
I mean, there's a chance, right? There's 2 possibilities for the bear market as far as I see it right now because we've taken so long up here. One's that the consolidation phase at the bottom when we drop is going to be, obviously, common sense tells you if we took longer up here, it should take less time at the bottom. Or it could be that we're consolidating in this range and that final sweep that we get is what takes us to the bottom in one fell swoop. Sort of like the difference between 2017 bull market and 2020. Like, look. "2020, we came down. We came down, consolidated for a couple months, dropped, and then had a multi-month long consolidation that ended with a final sweep and then pulled out. 2017, we had a drop, relief rally, another drop, relief rally, but we held that ground and we stayed there the entire time. And then finally at the end got a big drop that took us down to that level. So for me, we're somewhere in between these two, right? Hopefully, in my opinion is correct. We're in this range where we will drop. We're just taking a little bit longer because of the war. And then our true, really long sort of consolidation comes in lower. This was horrible. The amount of people that were convinced that the bottom was in here, you can imagine. Look at how long this ran sideways for. This shit wrecked so many people.
How long was that there?
We were sitting there for 290 days since we first hit that level. Right? We've been in this consolidation now for 100 days. The section that I think mirrors us the most, which is this section right here, till the day it dropped, was only 32 days. Right? So we've already extended that. Let's say to 100 days. To right around there. Which means if we drop, then obviously we don't, our consolidation at the bottom is going to be shorter than we previously expected. At that point, we would only have, 2 months to consolidate, close to 3 months to consolidate, give or take.
I see exactly what you're saying.
War had a lot to do with this, though. The last 2 months, we've been running off of just people having nowhere to put their money. Besides, we were the lowest thing to buy when the war hit, basically.
What are you thinking about the metals?
I think they're going to get their rotation soon, because the same way that we were the lowest to buy when Bitcoin, well, not even Bitcoin, I'm not even worried about it, but when Legacy tops out, I mean, what are you going to do? Bond market's wrecked. You're not going to go into real estate. Bitcoin's already at the end of even if you don't think it's the end, it's already run hot for 2 months. And metals have just sort of been flat. Not to mention, if Legacy is going down, then people are going to feel defensive, right? They're going to want to put their money somewhere that they can relatively feel like it's safe. The top CME gap, the one that we didn't finish, was 84 to 82, 82 to 84. My problem with that CME gap is that we had the will and the motivation to get up there. And not only didn't we do it, but we didn't do it in a dramatic fashion. It wasn't like there wasn't a fight there, right? Even to the point where this entire thing was a bullish channel. So some of that gives me pause. If you guys remember, like when we went down to 59, I said, in my opinion, if we come up to 84 and grab the CME gap, it isn't going to be because of the CME gap. It'll be because things got bullish and got away from market maker. But when I went into the CME gap after we hit bottoms and looked, like, as far as natural technical imbalances go, there really wasn't a whole hell of a lot there. Now, you always have traders, right? Traders are always going to see that CME gap and trade towards it. So that's, that's always going to be bullish. But the actual imbalances within the CME gap, or basically the bags of money that are waiting for market maker, it didn't make sense, right? It's not the amount of money it would cost for market maker to break this, to take that ride all the way up. Sorry, up here. Just didn't seem like it was worth it, or they would have done it. Right? But who knows, right? We're just trying to get in the minds of the decision makers. Could have very well just been a calculation that says, hey, we're going to 150K anyways, right? Why stress it now? But that just doesn't seem like the most probable to me.
Now, from the highs in the bull market to the lows in the bear market, is it more than half?
Oh, yeah. From the highs to the lows?
Yeah, like, we hit 120, then we dropped to 60. I mean, I'm sure it could go lower. Obviously, we
Yeah,
closed
no.
at 14.
Traditionally, we have diminished returns to the top and the bottom on Bitcoin. The rough number that we've run off is like 85%. Right, we had an 87%, then we had an 83%. During the last bear market, we only got 77% drop. I think we got front run by institutions, but let's keep that running forward. Let's say, okay, if we went from 83 to 86 to 77, then we're definitely something was off, right? Because we accelerated that diminished returns way faster than we should have. But let's just assume it continues, right? So that's why I've taken really conservative drops. Let's pull the average first. 85%. Well, let's do it like this, actually. 89% was the bull market 2 bull markets ago. And then we got 83%. And then we got a 77% during the last bull market. Right? So if we match the last bull market, we're looking at 28K. That's not what I think is going to happen, by the way, just saying. But if we take the diminished returns, then let's say, okay, 89, 83, 77, 70. Right? Can we agree that 70 is a conservative? You're shaving a whole 7% off. %70 brings us to 38. That's my bear market target, my bearish bear market target. All right, let's say institutions jump in, everything's super bullish. We go from 67 to 60, from 77 to 65%, right? Let's say we have the biggest diminished return to the downside that we've ever had, and it only dropped 65%. We're looking at 43, 44. That's my base target. Let's say Michael Saylor's right, and this should only drop 60%. Means we go from a 77% drop to a 60% drop. 17% diminished returns to the downside. Almost 4 to 5x any diminished return that we've ever had. And it takes us down to 65%. I already did 65. Frick it. Let's do 60%. It takes us to 60. That's 50K. That's my bullish target. Now, none of these had anything to do with why I picked my targets. They just are happening to land around. But my most bullish target that I expect, meaning like bullish, meaning like the bulls control shit, is 50. My base case, 44 to 48. My bear case, 38 to 40. And that's just, like I said, taking historical averages into consideration and being really conservative with, or being really liberal, I should say, with the amount of diminished return that we're going to get.
That'd be a pretty quick move down.
Yeah, it shouldn't be much at all. And it's really not like the moves that we've had already have been bigger than that move. Like the move that we had from our first relief rally down to 59, that shit would take us to like mid 30s if that was to happen again. Yeah, Corrick, I'm looking for golden pocket. Basically, rejection off of 80K is what my TA was. Nah, I think the recessions, I mean, everybody for the most part already realizes we're in a recession, I think. That's why they're hitting the stock market so hard. They're trying to milk the cow before she dies. But I think it's going to be a treasury company, Sin. I think one of these treasury companies is going to blow up. They've already got some of them, their stocks are going for half the value of their Bitcoin. Some of them aren't going to be able to keep up. They're going to get pressure from their they're going to get pressure from their board, they're going to get pressure from their shareholders, and then they're going to get a phone call from BlackRock. Hey, I hear you guys are in trouble. How about we buy you out? Basically, they'll come in and they'll swoop these companies up underneath their net asset value, right? Which means that if you buy a company for 50% its net asset value, then you just bought all the Bitcoin they own at 50%. Nvidia just got a pretty good deal, man. Nvidia came out of that China deal looking pretty good. Nvidia and Visa. BlackRock got screwed. Yo, BlackRock came in. You know what Larry Fink's ask was? You know what BlackRock went to China and asked for? He wanted to buy the port. Tripping. That's how you know you think you're the master of the universe, bro. You thought you were just gonna walk into China and buy a majority share in their port? Better go back home and play with your little Bitcoin. He wanted to buy one of the main Chinese ports or invest in it. That's, once you invest in a company and you have more than a majority share, you own that company for the most part. No, in China. The one closest, the Chinese port, it's the one closest to the Panama Canal, but it's the Chinese port. We did the review on it yesterday. Go, baby, go.
No, you don't give out financial advice, but 401k, how do you feel about those?
I mean, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I was talking to my mom about her 401k 2 years ago, right? And I'm glad right now that we didn't rotate the entire thing because the stock market did so well. You know what I mean? That being said, it is, in my opinion, time to go defensive. Like, if you, not financial advice, this is just what I'm telling my mom, right? Her portfolio on 401k is set to aggressive. So I think toning that down is probably a good idea going into what might be, pretty serious retracement.
Yeah, I've had mine, like you were saying, aggressive, but I'm thinking, it's time maybe to pull it back a little.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, find out, find out if they offer Bitcoin exposure, because then you can start to like rotate, slowly into the bottom, get yourself some exposure and balance out the portfolio a little bit. I mean, talking to somebody depending on how old they are is very different, like you're close to retirement. It's completely different idea than if you still got 20, 30 years, 40 years. So like my cousin, I would tell him, bro, rotate all that shit into Bitcoin. What are you doing? Your company's paying you, is matching. So you're getting 50%. You're getting a 1-to-1 match on your company, and they give you access to Bitcoin. So the job that you're working for is buying half of your Bitcoin. Like, it's a no brainer. But if you're 10 years away from retirement, it might be a different calculation.
I'm gonna check in that.
Yeah. What I definitely told her is that when she retires and she pulls her 401k, that she needs to roll that over um, into an IRA that she can hold crypto in. Because it's different when you're putting money in, but once that money is expected to work for you, then, I know I Trust Capital has a really good program that I've been actually thinking about maybe rotating into, because it lets you trade crypto inside of your Roth IRA without having to pay capital gains tax, which obviously is big if you're, accumulating for the future. A 30-40% compound hit that you take having to pay capital gains is, if avoidable, it's good idea. Oh, cool. Trump said the straits open again. Well, shit. I guess that's that. Right?
Why don't he go through there and
Yo, no bullshit, right? Prove it. Prove it. I want to see you like George Washington in one of those little dinghies rowing across the strait.
I think that's called trust but verify.
Yo, not for nothing though. I know I'm just playing and that's an exaggeration, but boy, what a Trump thing that would be. Can you imagine with the full triangle hat and everything and full regalia? And he's just rowing through the strait. Like, we're good. Took care of it.
you got me dying, man.
That'd be too funny, bro. I don't even care anymore. Honestly, bro, the most entertaining thing, I hope that's what happens. Like, screw it. We're in a movie anyway, so we might as well make it entertaining. But yeah, like I said, I don't listen to the news, guys. I just go to the radar and I look at the port. And that tells me everything I need to know about what is and what isn't happening. And right now, but that ticker is still ticking. That's how much money is being lost in trade.
From what I understand, there's a lot of mines out there. I mean, they have to clean it up.
The
Right?
whole thing is mined, bro. Ukraine sent some underwater mine busting drones and shit, but like I said, who's gonna be first? This shit is still a cluster, yo. Active attacks, that red bar is the Iranian line, right? They took the smallest point between land and land, which is, in my opinion, the smartest way to set a blockade, right? This is our blockade. We took the absolute widest point, apparently, between. Look, I'm not judging our military decisions. I'm just saying that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me, but all right. This is the Iranian side. This is where all their sanctioned tankers are sitting because they can't go nowhere. Loading up. Every one of those red ones is a sanctioned tanker. Each one of these is a current attack. And these are all the ships on this side that are waiting to pass that have paid for Iranian insurance. We still don't know if it worked, though. I mean, like I said, until we start seeing tankers cross this line, then it's shut down. Right? Haven't paid Iranian insurance, have paid Iranian insurance, or haven't gotten in to be able to get your oil yet, are these guys. But the question is, when do they start getting through? And does the U.S. blockade let ships through that paid Iranian insurance, or do they treat them like hostiles? If the deal is legit, it's still going to take 4 months before any of the economic effects start to hit. Right? The first tanker that leaves has to get to its destination. Remember when we were talking about the first tanker that, the last tanker that made it out before the blockade didn't get to where it was going until 420? Right? It took 2 months. Let's say these tankers move at bicycle speed on the ocean. So we'll get speculative, right? Us traders will react to it. But it won't start to really affect the economy for 4 months, which is, interestingly enough, right about the time where we should be getting to our bottoms anyways. I wouldn't be too pissed if I was Israel. They're about to have control of the region when we back out, in my opinion. Yeah, but I don't know. Like I said, this is conjecture. There's no way for me to know, but I have a feeling that they're just on the back burner until we get out. I really do feel at some point in the near future, we're going to declare victory and go home. And that war is going to continue. Yeah, that's why I think we're going to get out of there. There's no way we go into midterms still caught up in all this shit. And there's no way we go into midterms losing a war. So the words will say we won. And the actions will say we're leaving. But who actually won and lost is going to be up to history, I guess, right? We made that move we were talking about last night. We were saying come up and clear 50% of that vector on Ondo. Made it through that gap. Wow, nice. Very nice H bar. Psych high, psych low. You got a big gap you're moving. This actually could move well. If Bitcoin does this, makes this move to 80, I would look for H bar to make it to like 92 ish. But you're gonna get a bit of a retracement here soon if this doesn't continue. Yeah. Yeah, I like that TP. I mean, obviously, once you hit psychological high and then you're 800 too, right? Pay attention because there's nothing that promises, but that gap in the volume should be a pretty quick move. Looks like you got vectors on this side too. It's just a lot of preparation, Euchris. It's just me. It's not magic. It's just like I said the other night, it really does take like fourth, fifth, sixth order thinking. Like it's a whole lot of if this then that, and if you're wrong on any one of those steps, then it sort of screws up the entire projection. So I appreciate you though. Not gonna lie, I have kind of been on point lately. It's the Cypher indicator, Sergio. You can use Trader's Reality also has your 800, 200, 50, all that. It's basically the same setup. Nice. That's what I like to hear, bro. Recovered losses are almost better than profits sometimes because it fixes your confidence. That's important. Yeah, I mean that's basically what I did. Right, the Cypher indicator is just Trader's Reality with a lot of the extra stuff taken off, so that I can add some more stuff that's like useful to our trading style. But it did a lot of the heavy lifting for sure. I appreciate the kind words, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, my family is different. I do spend some time in other groups just surfing around just to sort of see what the vibe is, and you know, I'm obviously biased, but I think we got a really good group here. No problem, brother. Have a good day. Well, I learned a long time, Eucharist, that if you're not humble, this market will take care of that for you. What's going on, bro?
I heard you. I'm sure you've heard, I should say, that about Japan pulling back on the bonds.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you think affects the power of the dollar?
Yeah, I mean, it's bad, right? I mean, it's like, think of it. It's basically countries saying that they don't have faith in 30 year in holding US debt for 30 years. And now the smaller ones are getting sort of wrecked too. So I mean, it's getting to the point where, I mean, look at like Buffett has all of his dry powder in the 5 year. People are not taking long dated risk on the United States right now. That's not a great sign, you know what I mean? But it's also a coordinated attack. Right? China dumping bonds is a Cold War attack, like I've been saying. I think we're like in session 4 or 5 of Cold War proxy attacks between us and China, which is what's so interesting about this meeting. This meeting was almost like a peace deal, like a Cold War China US peace negotiations for a war that nobody even realizes is happening. But we could go back and look at all of the, you know, some of the cold and some of the not so cold attacks. If we were, let's say that we were in an out loud Cold War, like Russia, like when we were in a Cold War with Russia. If Russia had spent 20 years or 10 years shipping fentanyl precursors to the US while they were banned in Russia, how would we see that? Right? Like, wouldn't you see that as like a chemical attack, bio attack? It's an attack. You know what I mean? Like, you're flooding the country that you've got problems with drugs that kill people that are banned in your country. And then if you want to get really crazy and you think about COVID, we can think about what happened after COVID. Right? 3 years ago, I said it. China's COVID-1 policy, the things that they did to prepare for COVID getting worse, are exactly what a country does when they're at war. They built jails, supposedly for people that needed to be quarantined. My opinion is for people who decide they're not going to go to war. Right? China has a fighting male, a fighting age male population problem. Right? Tons of dudes. Nobody has money. Everybody's fighting age. Usually 2 things happen in countries when it gets that bad. Wars pop up where they've got to send people to war, right? Or instability happens. There's protests. Either way, they need jails. They built the jails. They started stocking up on their farms. They loaded up on their oil reserves. This is all shit that a country does when it's getting on war footing, right? And then what did we do? We went to Venezuela. We cut off their secondary gas station. Then we went to Iran, cut off their first gas station. We cut off their chips. There's been a semi-hot fight between us and China for a while. And in my opinion, this peace deal, or this trade deal, this trade deal kind of ended it all, right? The fight has always been for geopolitical polarity. That's what China wants, right? China wants to be seen the same as us, but on a different polarity. I think that this meeting sort of did that to the world. And your question about the dollar is like, well, if China's second place and eventually if they want to take over the world reserve currency, it's going to take the trust of other countries, then this did a lot to move in that direction, right? Because if we're willing to deal with them, then why shouldn't, you know? America's cool with it. The deals that they made help them in the next 50, 100, 150 years, 200 years. The deals that we made make our companies rich for the next quarter, 2 quarters. So just look at it like that and then try to see who got the, you know, who really got, because remember, U.S. presidents, and this isn't even a Trump thing, right? But U.S. presidents, at the most, they're out of here in 8 years. Trump specifically, he can't be elected again, so he's got a couple of years left. Chinese president is thinking 100 years out, bro, generationally. At the very least, he's thinking for the rest of his lifetime. Right? So he can do something like what they did that wrecked they lost 2 trillion. I can't believe they lost a bunch out of their stock market the other day. Right, we covered it yesterday. The deals that they made with American companies wrecked the Chinese companies. Do you think we would ever make deals that would drop our stock market right before midterm elections? There's no, we went over there for the opposite reason. We went over there to make sure that the stock market looks good going into elections. American companies got what they wanted. Da, 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 da. They're willing to sacrifice their stock market, knowing that shit's about to go down anyways, right? For the good of the strategic placement that they got that looks out 50 years, 100 years. In essence, everybody got what they wanted. But I think what they wanted was probably smarter, right? To take advantage of a big thing like this. You want to establish things that last throughout the next presidencies. Right? So he didn't make any deals with the president. He made deals with companies that the companies have to abide by no matter who the president is next time. Like the one with Boeing. Right now, we've been cutting them off from NVIDIA chips. And we use that strategically. NVIDIA's an American company. If we tell NVIDIA they can't sell you the best chips, then you can't. So you better do what we say or we're not going to get you the good chips. The deal that they made with Boeing keeps us from doing that with airlines. They made a deal with Boeing that they are to share technology and that there's going to be no restrictions and the government can't put any restrictions on it. Which, like I was saying yesterday, kind of screwed Boeing because now you can count them out of top secret contracts. Right, because if they've got a technology share agreement with China, then you got to control the technology that they have access to. But it took away one of our levers, right? In the future, maybe we needed something from China, and maybe we said, "Hey, you can't get those engines you need," because they've got their own plane manufacturers and all that, but they use American engines and they use American landing gear. So very easily, you need something for China. Well, we're going to cut off your landing gear. We're going to cut, just things that you use for trade, right? Negotiation, leverage. We kind of gave that away in perpetuity, at least for aviation. I don't know, man. I've always been a businessman. So when I see deals, I always think who got the best end, right? Who got the best side? In good deals, both sides lose, right? Nobody gets exactly everything they want, and both sides lose a little bit. Like that's, in my opinion, what a good deal looks like. I don't really see where China took a L here at all. Like I said, their stock market going down to me isn't really that's like a calculated decision on their part. The real winners were a couple of U.S. businesses. Visa, Boeing, GE. Watch GE because Boeing got that deal and GE makes the engines. So that's 200 that have to be made, and yeah, so.
Wait, I thought you were saying the American companies sold themselves out for short-term gain yesterday. Is that still your thought process?
Yeah, but I mean, to them, that's all that's really important, right? Next quarter, next couple quarters, make your shareholders happy.
So you see that as so you're saying that's a short-term win.
Well, we look at it like if you're looking at it like in a Chinese perspective, that's a very short-term win. If you look at it for a company's perspective, that their bottom line is going up. They've now got access to open market in China that they didn't have before. That's a win. They go back to their shareholders and their shareholders are applauding and clapping and, I think the problem is that our ask was so big that we feel like we needed to sweeten the deal by bringing all these companies to basically give China what they wanted. in hopes that we would in turn get two things. They would stop manipulating rare earth metals, and they would stop buying oil from Iran until Iran, you're on your own, basically. Those were our two asks. That's what the government wanted. All of the other asks from the corporations were just meant to sweeten that deal. So what did we get? And China's big ask, right? China's main ask was Taiwan. And it's crazy because the first day they took that right off the table. They're like, this isn't even an ask, right? We don't need you to give us permission to go into Taiwan or not. So don't even bother trying to use this as a negotiation. And to make it even worse, we put the sales of fighter jets to Taiwan on the table as negotiation. Like, we will cut off those sales and use that as a bargaining chip to try to get what we wanted, which is crazy in my opinion.
Why is that crazy? We're moving their big manufacturing plants to Texas. Eventually, there's going to be nothing left in Taiwan for them to take.
Well, it's crazy because we're supposed to be the defenders, right? Or at least that's how we've established ourselves.
Well, let's
The
be
one
honest,
thing
Sam.
keeping China from hitting Taiwan. I told y'all as soon as Putin went into Ukraine, I told y'all that this was a proxy move by the Chinese to see how the US would respond to a non-NATO ally getting invaded. It was the cheapest move they could have possibly made. All they had to do was buy oil, and they got to get a dry run on what would happen if they went into Iran. And then we went in there and put it on a platter.
It's definitely not cut and dry, right? There's a lot of variables involved. It's hard to, you freaking get a stroke just trying to think about all the different ways that this could be manipulated.
Yeah. What I keep thinking about is that the new president is going to come in and it's going to be kind of crazy, right? Because what do? Some of these deals have been made with American companies, not with the government.
I mean, aside from the deals, man, you're definitely our next president's not going to go start saying crap like, I want to take over Greenland. The rhetoric is just as important as the behind the door, behind the closed door deals.
Yeah.
Because, dude, I don't want to slam on Trump because it's just about any leader that goes and does that and erases 85 years of NATO and UN alliance. Not that I'm a huge fan of either. Like, he's literally getting them to like Germany is like saying, we don't need you. We can build up our military and we don't need you. And I think that's great. But it's just getting to the point that like there's been a lot of progress made for unification that's being reversed in such a short amount of time just through rhetoric, not even action, just someone talking toxic. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I think when we get a new president, just the tone by itself will cause people to feel better, regardless of if there's any like policy changes. But you're right, a new president is going to come in and go, crap. How do I reverse? They'll
I would not want
campaign
that
on
job,
reversing
bro.
it. Yeah, but they're not going to be able to reverse.
Trump could get a third term.
Some of this shit you can't put back into I would like to hope that there's still enough actual patriots in the country to where there would be a lot of issues if that was to even be talked about seriously. Because at some point, it's our responsibility, right? At some point. Unless it's just all cap now and, but.
So I want your opinion on there's two things that are linked to each other. China's big push on disarming Israel and why now? And so I think so I'll give you my opinion and I want to hear your opinion. I think the Chinese government is seeing the anti-Israel. Now, I'm not saying anti-Jewish now. I don't want to get into that crap. anti-Israeli military or power, I think they see the sentiment in the United States and how much the citizens of this country and the West have turned on the Israelis. So it's much more comfortable for China to say disarm Israel. Because I think I just saw a post about how they want to like disarm Israel and it'll make the entire world much more stable.
Well, first of all, you got to look at who the allies are, right? So those Israeli weapons are aimed at Chinese allies, first of all. So it's not a hard comment to make. But two, you got to think about what the Israeli plan is, right? The Greater Israel Plan, if you look into it, like they're talking about everything from the beach to the Nile. And you got to remember how big China's presence is in Africa, right? And if China is playing the long game, then they know they're going to have to control that Middle East region. If we're going to relinquish control and go hide behind the stable dollar and leave the region to itself, leave that vacuum to itself, Israel's the one that's going to want to step in. So disarming Israel makes China's goal of locking down the oil region easier, basically. That makes sense.
I didn't even tie it to the stable dollar at all. But yeah, like see how it's just multiple layers of connection.
It is, bro. That's why I was saying it's like to honestly think about this shit the right way, you've got to be in like 5th or 6th order thinking. Like nothing means anything on face value right now. Everything's so intertwined. I think that's when funny. ADHD becomes a bit of a superpower, though. Because the amount of hyper focus that you need, bro, to be able to follow this rabbit hole is crazy.
And I believe, man, if you're like a young individual, male or female, doesn't matter, and you're trying to find a job that is going to survive AI, let's keep in mind a lot of the AI models are still training on data of historical stuff that has already happened. Yeah, can it make predictions? But you being an economic, geopolitical expert, understanding the layers, might put you in a really good position to be super valuable.
It's been valuable to me just to be able to sort of put all of this shit into a box that makes sense. Because it was really cloudy in the beginning, bro. Like that time between going into Venezuela and then going into Iran was just like, you're talking about Greenland and you're talking about all this shit. And it's like, but now it all ties in, right? Everything makes sense. Like it's the Monroe Doctrine. And then hearing him say that shit out loud was insane. Like, to think it is one thing, but to say it, you know? And for those that don't know, basically the Monroe Doctrine is the idea that the West, in order to ensure peace, and this is like some Cold War shit, should own the entire Western Hemisphere. Right? So our moves into Venezuela, our deals with Colombia, some of the pressure we've been putting into the Panama Canal, right? The talk of Greenland, like why Greenland? Well, when you look at the map, right, what you're talking about is passages, right? Alaska controls the passage between Russia and Alaska. Greenland controls the passage that they would take going the other way around, the northern passage, they call it. Right now, we're focused on the Strait of Hormuz. In my opinion, I don't know if this happens anymore because of this deal with China. But before that, the Strait of Malacca is the next really big choke point. Right? And this is why Taiwan and Japan are making deals with each other. After this deal with China, when we're throwing around the idea of giving Taiwanese defenses up as a bargaining chip. I mean, we had Taiwan and Japan make a deal, right? That Japan would do everything in its military power to keep China from. So now you've already got that. And you're like, well, why does Japan care? Well, Japan cares because Taiwan gives them a way around the Ring of Fire, right? Japan's ships come out and they go around Taiwan and the Philippines and they make their way through the Strait of Malacca. That's how they get their stuff out to the world, right? If China takes Taiwan, Japan is cut off from the Strait of Malacca. Japan can't, because Japan will go to war and do whatever they possibly can, even if it seems like, even if the thought of Japan going to war with China is insane, like seems like a suicide mission. Letting them cut off the strait is basically suicide for Japan. There's a lot going on.
Do you? I mean, do you see like? You don't see China once. So let's say that they take Taiwan, and we accept it, or we make some sort of deal. Don't you see China making a deal with Japan to allow them to go through that strait?
I see them making a deal that's favorable to China. I don't know if Japan would want that deal. You know, you understand what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you don't really want them having leverage on you like that. And Japan and China have their own issues as well.
It's so crazy, man.
Japan and China is very similar to US and Cuba if you think about it. A capitalist sort of stronghold,
Yes.
really close to your borders of a communist nation where you're trying to, you know, so that's like the same sort of deal. But the thought of Cuba going to war with the, you know, it's, Japan's a little better prepared. You know, we actually, funny thing about Japan, we cut off Japan's access to, and this, in my opinion, was also a background deal with China, but we cut off Japan's access to ballistic missiles, to US ballistic missiles, right? Because of that, they were forced to open their own missile program, and right now they're number one in the world for hypersonic missiles. If we would have never cut them off, they would have never been forced to develop their own missile program. So they can defend themselves. But, I mean, it's China, bro. They gotta wipe Japan off the map if they wanted to.
Yeah, I just think it's funny how it went from us saving China from the Japanese, a small island, completely pillaging their entire freaking country, to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why when you made the Cuba analogy, I go, I get what you're saying today, but there would have never been a time where Cuba would have came into Florida and raped and pillaged the entire, you know. So yeah, I get it. I just, there's you know, and it's kind of weird too, because like, we punished Japan for what they did, and you know, believe it was right or wrong, and we kept their military at bay for what, just since recently, and to this day they're not really allowed to build an offensive military. Everything they build is for defense, and so that's on us. And I hope that eases up a little bit. I think it has eased up a little bit, because they have like F-35s and stuff like that. But you're right, man. I mean, just position wise, they're kind of surrounded.
Yeah. And like I said, their issues with China go deep. I mean, the main one is the strait, obviously, because they look at it like the access to that strait is national security for them, but also territorial disputes, right? There's island chains that China says is theirs and Japan says is theirs that they've been fighting over for forever.
Have you heard anything about Cuba getting 300 drones from Russia and Iran?
I've heard it, but I also was talking about be careful with black flags, bro, because we're looking for a reason to go in there. I saw a damn thing the other day that showed. I saw a thing on Twitter the other day. It was like a map, right? It looked really official. That basically took the distances that the drones can fly from Iran into Saudi Arabia and then overlaid them in Cuba to see how far they could get into the United States. And I was like, wow, this is crazy, bro. Like, just go in there and do your thing. You've been wanting to do it forever. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's gonna stop you at this point. But do I think there's Iranians in, you know, in Cuba that are planning attacks? No, I think it's a good reason to get Americans on the side of another invasion. That's what I think,
Dude, I just cannot envision Cubans
bro.
going on the
Come
offensive,
on.
man. They're such, I know they're kind of in a different environment and they're living in the 60s as far as vehicles and like machinery, but like even like the latest interview that what's his name? God, what is his name? The guy who went over there, Nick. I don't remember his name, but he went over there and interviewed and dude, they seem like happy people, man. It's like I cannot imagine them trying to stir the hornet's nest up. I just don't see it.
It's
Like, what are
Bay
you
of
gonna do with these
Pigs.
people?
It's Bay of Pigs all over again. It's what it is. It's the same. It's the same movie, different plot. We're surrounding the island because there's a shipment of Russian ballistic missiles that are coming into Cuba, and if we let them set up, then look at all the spots that they can hit in the United States, and we need to stop this because da 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 da. Remember, we had that whole blockade. The Russian missiles and the tankers came, and it was a
Yeah, dude, it
standoff.
almost
And
started nuclear war.
yeah, so now it's the same thing, right? It's well, we're blockading because there's drones coming in, and if the drones come in, that they can. It's all the same shit, bro. It's all the same shit.
Yeah, I guess a new generation needs to get a taste of it, I guess, to find out what it's like. I mean, from an education perspective, I guess maybe generation over time reading it in a book, and I don't even know if half our kids even read books anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't live through it, but I studied enough of it to sort of see the similarities. You know what I mean? And everybody does it. This isn't like just, like America bad. Everybody does it. It's war, right? Especially if your country depends on the citizens being okay with the reason you went to war. There's always gonna be this shit.
Right. You got to
So
give 'em a
you're
reason.
Yeah.
so you're partial Puerto Rican, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
full Puerto Rican?
Not Puerto
So
Rican.
like what has America having Puerto Rico as a territory changed the culture of Puerto Rico? I mean, you could still go there and feel. I mean, tell me.
It's bad. I
I'm
mean, if you go back to the history of Puerto Rico, it's not very nice. I mean, Vieques, one of the islands that we had, was used as soon as we were colonized, I guess. Um, it was used for nuclear testing. Some of the cancer rates on Puerto Rico are way outside of the norm.
Okay.
They also stopped us from speaking Spanish. They stopped us from
Okay, well
speaking
that's what
our
I mean by
original
culture. Yeah,
language.
yeah.
They forcefully crazy to say, but they forcefully sterilized Puerto Rican women for 20 years.
God damn.
There's cultural reasons why. You ever notice how there's Puerto Ricans everywhere you go? What are you? I'm Puerto
Yeah,
Rican
well,
Chinese. Oh, I'm Puerto Rican Japanese. I'm Puerto Rican Italian. Why is that? Well, there was a time
there's
there. There was a time there where the women on the island were being forcefully sterilized, and if men wanted to have children, they needed to leave the island.
every single one that I've seen, they're freaking beautiful people, man. I think we need more Puerto Ricans
Now,
disseminating their
I'm not
seed in
just
the
gonna
United
say
States.
this because I'm not just gonna say this because I'm Puerto Rican. You can go ahead and Google it yourself. But genetically, we're the best humans. Just saying. I didn't say it.
Dude,
Scientists said it.
look, dude, I don't think I've met one ugly
Gene-
Puerto Rican.
Genetically, we've got the best balance of mix, meaning we've intermixed so much that a lot of our dominant sort of genes have taken over a lot of the recessive traits. I wish I wasn't Puerto Rican because then I could say this and it would sound like I wasn't talking complete bullshit.
Dude, you are what if anybody didn't listen to your channel, and I know you're getting deep into a lot of newer stuff than you have been, but you would come off as a crypto bro. And you don't come off as a crypto bro. So like obviously you're not limited by your race. You're not limited by, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you're a dude who used to spray paint on freaking trains and shit, and now look at you. You know what I mean? I guess it's just the stereotype doesn't fit. It's like I don't know of any Filipinos or Filipinas running freaking crypto channels. I'm just saying like it's definitely in line with what you're saying. You're not limited by looks, intellect, or whatever. It's just sad the history you told me. I did not know that. I'm a little embarrassed.
Nah, it's yeah. Some of the stuff. I mean, the indigenous in Puerto Rico, some of the Tainos, like it was some of the stuff that happened was really bad. Yeah. But look, just so you guys see that I'm not bullshit, and this isn't a genetic superiority thing, but when you talk about gene wise, right, the best balance, right? 2014, the experiment UC Berkeley came out. It was Patcher. He said that Puerto Ricans have a genetic mix of Spanish, African, Taino industry, which Patcher's analysis suggested contained high concentrations of beneficial allies. However, Patcher emphasized that this is satirical critique of racial superiority claims, not an endorsement of Puerto Ricans as perfect. But we're pretty damn close.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The closer you can get. But we said that in science,
We're pretty
right?
damn close. Nah, it's just a talking point, man. It really doesn't mean shit. You got to be careful when you start talking like that, because a lot of bad things have happened on this planet under those type of thoughts.
Oh yeah, I get it. But like I said, I've never met, and I don't mean I don't mean ugly as in like just pure aesthetics or facial symmetry, but I mean also just their attitudes. I've never met, and I know, like, look, you know more Puerto Ricans, you know the culture, you probably know a couple troublemakers here and there.
Oh
But
my
I'm
God,
just
yeah.
saying, like, yeah, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, my anecdotal experience has been pretty blessed.
No, we are what they make us, man. Environment, you know, anything. I don't care where you're from, what your genetic makeup is. You put somewhere where you're hungry and there's no access to food, you're gonna do stupid shit. Yeah, it depends, Kevin. It depends on who it depends on who your ancestors on the island were mostly. They thought for a long time that Tainos were extinct. That's what I was taught when I was growing up. And then they did an experiment in I believe it was the 90s on Puerto Rican school children, and they found that 75 of them still carry physical Taino traits. Canines, one of the Taino traits are sharp canines. I always thought I used to play around and say that I was like half vampire. But apparently it's an old Taino trait. Yeah, I know, right? It's like if we just keep talking, maybe Bitcoin will keep going up.
I mean, we all know what happens when you get a candle like this. You got to let it cool off. We've seen this a million times.
Yeah, type 2 on the 15 is what I would think. Maybe a retrace to the 200 EMA. Let's see if that gives us enough of a drop.
What it
Yeah.
did to alts, though, holy crap, dude. That was like one of the biggest green candles I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, they do, DJ, but I'm Puerto Rican, so I'm not allowed to say good things about Dominicans. But they also have a very similar mix genetically. It's the Caribbean, right? It's most of the Caribbean. That was the first stop of the diaspora. Right? That's what created that genetic mix in the Caribbean. I'm just kidding, by the way. I love my Dominicans. Que lo que.
I mean, I can't imagine this is all news. The shorts had to have been getting squeezed here. This had to have been a move from someone just to squeeze
So
shorts because I think they just thought it was going to keep going down.
last night when I drew the squiggle, it was based off of us hitting our M target and all the liquidity that was left above. Yeah, so I mean, I didn't have any news in mind when I drew the squiggle last night.
Yeah, dude, it's similar to being, following a freaking pump. You just get overconfident or you just think it's going to keep going. Same in the reverse. Like you say, tip the chart.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you would have flipped this chart last night, it would have been pretty, I mean, like, you know, this entire thing was blood red. And you've got all of your market maker motivations. Right? And then the CME gap is a little cherry on top. And then your golden pocket sitting right at your psychological at 80. It just makes sense. Hoover. I was waiting for that. I appreciate that, Luke. I was just trying to stay on point. And I would love to be able to just concentrate on one or two things and be able to get the full picture, but that is not the world we live in right now, unfortunately. All right, so 382 for that type 2 entry would be 761. But you could come down as far as that uptrend, really. Even though the golden pocket's underneath the uptrend, I wouldn't want to break the uptrend. A hit of that uptrend would give people a really good type 2 entry on a 15-minute. But remember that 200 EMA is right under that 382, so that would be enough. Basically, what we're trying to do is we're trying to work this right side of this fractal. Right. So 382 would be the highest acceptable, sort of type 2 entry. And then golden pocket would be your uptrend. I mean, I'm sorry, 0.5 would be your uptrend, and then golden pocket would be a little bit more bearish. I wouldn't want to come underneath that downtrend. Let's hold this bullish sentiment as much as we can. So 200 EMA would be a nice target, which is right here at 382. Big gap in the VPVR all the way to 0.5.
Have you done a merch drop yet?
I am 3 items away from being able to drop it.
You have any stickers?
No, but H, I don't know if H is here. H was saying that she made some stickers and they look pretty cool. And she was saying that she would give them to me so I could release them on the thing. But I don't know if I could sell them through the store, but we could do something. We could definitely do something with some stickers. She made a pack of some really cool ones, actually. I have to show her. I have to tell her to send them to me so I can show y'all.
Maybe a month off?
No, not even. No. Like 3 days. If I lock in today after dinner, I could have it all posted. I could have it all up. And then you guys that won your free hoodies, it's still coming. It's a good thing that you waited, though, that it took this long, because you're going to have a bunch to choose from. If I would have launched a month ago, there'd be like 50% less stuff. I added a bunch of sets and a bunch of things.
I can't wait to see you.
Yeah. The store's looking pretty cool. I could show you a little sneak peek of what the store is looking like. If you go right now, all you're going to see is this. Because it's under construction. Let me sign in as admin. So y'all remember last time the store was looking like shit. I hadn't done anything to it. So this is the front page. There's a couple sets on the front page. This summer set is for anybody that's living in like hot territory or that wants a hoodie set that they can actually wear outside. Right. So it's going to be thinner. And then you've got some of the uniform stuff. This is the away stuff. Some of the more simple sets. Hold on, let me see something. This more, yeah. Then you go to more, and then these are all the different sets that we have. This is the premium set, the uniform. This is heavy, like 500 GSM. Talking like Supreme, EDM, Chrome Hearts level blanks, super premium. And then that summer school set. Right, the entire set it's going to be close to. I think it's like under $100 for the whole set. And then the one that I did recently with all the bulls and bears going crazy is our bulls and bears set. You guys can stop talking shit and put your money where your mouth is and rep your side. This is my favorite hoodie. So dope. Bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. Little bear head on the front.
Man, that's gas.
Yeah, it comes with the matching set and all that. Pants. And then what else? The snow wash set. It's just like the uniform, but it's distressed snow wash cotton. Super dope. And then there'll be a bunch of hoodies, sweatpants, t-shirts, all that stuff. So what I'm trying to put in now is the single. I finished with all the sets, and I'm trying to put all the single t-shirts and the hoodies in there.
You wear hats?
Yeah, but I have had 5 samples. I wear hats every day. I've had 5 samples made, bro, and I'm not happy with any of them. And the one thing I can't do is sell a hat that I won't wear. So the second that I get a good supplier, I'm going to have hats for every hoodie ever made. There's going to be a matching hat. Because that's just how I rock. Like, I need, you know. I'm from New York, bro. If the hat don't match, you can't go outside.
Yeah, I like that flat bills myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for a good new era, like 5150 blank. But I need it embroidered, right? I found one that had good blanks, but it's printed. And like printing for the hoodies is fine, although I do want to go embroidered for the hoodies and patches and stuff like that when I get a better supplier. But for the hats, it's got to be embroidered. I can't wear a printed hat. I don't care what blank it is. Like, you need that good puff print embroidery, you know, that good 3D embroidered logo.
I don't know who talked you into doing a minimalistic version, but I love it, man.
Yeah, I made a full. There's a home and away, right? So you know how normally college sets are home and away, and it's like home colors and away colors. But the way I did it is the home set is all small badges, right? Really clean, small print, maybe even nothing on the back, right? Clean suits. And then the away is more, you know, streetwear, loud. Because, yeah, there's definitely different types of people in the group. And there's different occasions. Right? Not everything is for everything.
Yep, nope. I'm buying the ones you were showing. I'm actually going to get the ones that are a little bit minimalistic. I love them.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, some of them literally just have that one hit on the front patch and on the pant front, and then everything else is just clean. I mean, the reason that I went with the really good blanks is because honestly, the selling point is the material. You know what I mean? Like this isn't Alibaba, Gildan blank merch.
Yeah, nobody wants to buy shit and then they wash it one time and then it looks like they're freaking, you know, looking like a Buddha with their belly sticking out because the
Yeah,
freaking
yeah,
hoodie
yeah.
doesn't even fit anymore.
Nah, all of this is meant to look better as it washes. Even as the print fades, even as because of the washes that they have, like my whole goal was to make it to where these end up being like your favorite. Everybody has like their favorite hoodie. Like that old hoodie that you wear no matter, what it looks like. You've been wearing this shit forever. But that's just like my thing because I love hoodies.
Oh yeah, dude, I have wool hoodies that are like I don't know how to I don't know how to explain it, but it's waffled. So it's not it's like a waffle texture, so it looks medieval. And I hate it when they get wore out, so they're so hard to find. I always have to go like to Etsy and find some person who's hand making waffled hoodies.
Yeah.
I love it when they fray though, as long as they don't completely fall apart when they fray and there's just they got that weathered look. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, Jacker, I hear you, bro. What I did though is I made sure that I use colors and colorways that match team hats. And that's for my own liking. Like, okay, I'll wear my Yankee hat with this one. I'll wear a Bulls cap with this one.
Yeah, imagine what kind of conversation that starts when you're in line at the grocery store. Like you're more busier one. What kind of that? Like, can you imagine what?
It's great. I've had several conversations already wearing the hoodies out. What I like is that nobody assumes it to be merch off of initial look, right? They're like, yo, that's dope. What's that? And I tell them it's merch, and they're like, oh shit.
Can you airdrop me the Amazon link to it?
Mhm.
It's like, nah, you're gonna have to go check out this channel.
One thing I could say is that I'll never make a piece of merch that I won't wear. If I wouldn't wear it, I won't sell it.
You know, man, I'm taking this marketing course, and that's one of the biggest problems I'm having is like the course is more about being an artisan and not a populist.
Hmm.
So the idea is that if you don't believe in your own product, you can be a sellout and you can go after every possible niche there is, not know anything about it and just follow the craze and feel kind of dirty. Or you can go after something you really love and then your heart and soul will be into it a lot more and people will feel that energy
Yeah.
in your product, which is
Bro,
beautiful.
people can buy a hoodie anywhere, right? Like, I don't know. I'm an artist first, so like when I would do commissioned walls, um, like I get commissioned to do a wall or whatever, and then be like, okay, well, I'd be like, all right, well, I'll show you a sketch, and they're like, yeah, well, I want this and I want that and I want this, and if you could do this like this, and well, that's gonna cost you because that's you're hiring me as a painter, right? You just I'm gonna fill the blanks, just color by numbers, you know. Like if you're hiring me to do a wall, it's because you're hiring my artistic impression, and you gotta let me loose. If not, it's gonna cost you. It's the same like with hoodies, right? Like you can buy a hoodie with a Bitcoin logo on it anywhere. Like for people to really start to identify with a brand, it has to be the designer, right? The way that that person looks at things or the way that person puts together is different than somebody else, and then that's why you buy that versus that. Unless you're just like a,
Yeah,
a label whore and you know what I mean, like whatever happens to be
yeah. I
hot
mean,
at the moment, that's what you get. But
I mean, I like your artistic style is unique. It's not unheard of, but it's unique, and I
yeah,
think people can relate to that, and that's kind of the whole point. Like do I get these do I get goosebumps or the hair raise on the back of my neck when I see an art style that I would love to either be on myself or in my home or whatever. And you don't need, 2 million people to buy that stuff. You just need your peoples, and that's enough disposable income to keep scaling,
Yeah, you
right?
find your tribe. Yeah, exactly. Unless you just want to make fast fashion, and then it's like, whatever.
Well,
But
that's what I mean by sellout. If like you're a business person and you don't really care about what you're making, you're just following the numbers, then fine, great. If that's what motivates people, so be it. But I just feel dirty when I try to make something like if somebody wants like they'll see my medieval furniture and they'll go, "Well, you have the skill to make modern furniture. Will you make me this?" And I'm like, "Sorry, I can't. I will literally projectile vomit in my shop trying to make that."
Mm-mm-mm. And your name's on it, right? So like, if I was to do something like that, my name wouldn't be on it. I'd
Yeah,
call
you
it,
make good
the da hoodies, and then I would just put out just whatever, whatever happens to be selling. Just go on Gemini and be like, hey, show me the top 5 selling graphics in the last 30 days, and then I just throw that shit out, and. But there's no pride in that, right? Like it's just money. It's like a job. But I wouldn't put my name on it. Like once my name's on it, then it's got to represent me in some way, right? Like,
Yeah, dude, I just sold my MD file to a dude who was starting a furniture business, and he paid me a lot of money for it. And I told him, like, I'm gonna filter it to where there's no indication that I'm related to it at all, but I have no problem you taking this instruction set and adding it to your agent. And he's up and going. He doesn't know anything about building instructions or anything like that.
yeah.
But I made it. I took out all my personal style,
Hmm.
artisan approach, et cetera, et cetera. And look, I made money off of it. I don't feel bad by that, but I'm not going to like duplicate my process and then have someone like skew it or pollute it and make it and misrepresent. You know, understand? Like, you don't,
You
I don't
shouldn't
need
feel
that.
bad about
Like,
it. You shouldn't feel bad about it. That was work. You worked. You found a good workflow, and then you sold the info. There's nothing wrong with that.
and he felt like it was magic. And as long as
Bro,
you're, I mean,
listen,
dude,
bro, he got exactly what he wanted. As long as both sides of the deal are happy, that's all that.
but isn't it funny though? Like you've said multiple times you're not a programmer, you're not a coder, but you're doing all of these things that maybe would have intimidated you a couple of years ago, but now
Oh,
you're
yeah.
in it and so you're not so impressed anymore. Like if someone gave you an instruction set to throw into your agent, or a skill or whatever, you'd be like, okay, this is just freaking text. It's like I'm not impressed. But like to somebody who doesn't know anything about that, you're literally like Gandalf to them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. I've always looked at it like some people, when they pay for things, they look at it like, well, how much effort did this person put into it? How much did it cost them? How much, are they getting off on it? I don't look at it. I look at it like, what am I getting? Is this worth my value? Right? I didn't have it before. I have it now. But
And I didn't have to spend my cycles trying to get up to speed to the thing that I'm purchasing.
yeah, people feel like if something comes easy to you, it should be cheap. Oh, well, that didn't take a lot of effort from you. Like, why are you charging this if you didn't? Well, that's not, what are you getting out of it? You know? If
No,
you
that's a
feel
really
like the
good point.
value that you're getting out of it isn't enough, then by all means, don't pay it.
That's what I love about AI too, because people will do their due diligence and their research, and they're like, "Well, what is it going to take me to build this thing in my garage?" And AI will list all these things you need to buy and give you a big reality check of like, and then the person's like, "Okay, I'm just going to go buy it from the dude because this isn't worth it."
Exactly. Exactly.
Versus any naive hobbyist would be like, "Oh, I can do this," and then they're like 6 months into it their disposable income is depleted, their garage is a mess, sawdust
People
is
hustle
everywhere.
backwards, bro. People hustle backwards. There's a lot of shit that you should 1000%, and it makes financial sense to contract out. Everybody needs to know what their profit per hour is, right? This is important. We haven't talked about this yet. And we're not talking about what you make in trading, although that also counts, right? We're talking about all your income, what you make, right? Divided by the amount of hours in a day that you work, right? That you're willing to work. That's your profit per hour, right? It might be, you might do the math and find out that your profit per hour is $1,000, right? But let's put it, let's be more realistic. Let's say your profit per hour with all your investments, all your money, everything you own, everything you're worth is about $500 an hour. Right? That's what you can make yourself if you're working. Right? Anything underneath this gets contracted out. Anything above this, you do yourself. Right? Meaning, let's say you have to cook your own dinners. Right? It takes you an hour to cook dinner. That's $500 that if you were working, you're not getting. Let's say it costs you $150 a week to pay somebody to come in and cook. Or let's say it costs $150 an hour to get somebody to come in and cook. You just made $350 by contracting that out if you use that hour to work. Right? Let's say you need something built, whatever that you can build, they're going to charge you $1,000 an hour to build it. Well, you might want to look into doing that yourself. Right? Because you're losing money by contracting that out. And that's it. If you can get that sort of in your head, then you won't hesitate to spend money on things that feel like, some people are like, well, I'm trying to save money. It makes no sense for me to get a house cleaner. Or I'm trying to save money. It makes no sense for me to get a cook. Well, sometimes it does. Right? But the trick is that hour that you're paying somebody else to do something you're supposed to do, you need to spend working. Uber is another one. Uber is a perfect example. Uber is a perfect example. Your $500 an hour, your Uber drive costs you a certain amount versus owning a car, holding a car, owning a car, paying gas. You can sit in the back of that Uber and you can make phone calls. Right? You can sit in back of that Uber and you can work.
Yeah, there really is no excuse that you cannot be connected 24/7 solving a problem.
Especially now, bro. Like, shit, I could talk to Claude on my Telegram from wherever I'm at. Hey, do this. Have it ready by the time I get home. And then there's a lot of you that are spending money for things that are outside of your profit per hour. Right? If you're spending more to have your house cleaned in an hour than you make in an hour, then clean your house.
I heard you mention Claude. That's the one you're using?
Yeah, I mean, Claude's the one that I'm using for a lot of my coding. Gemini, I'm still using for a lot of like my day-to-day, just to try to save on tokens. So I'll do all my planning with Gemini, and then I'll have them write me out a summary of our whole conversation. I'll feed that to Claude, catch him up on what we're doing, and then have him do the coding.
Is it the free versions?
The free version with Claude, you can get away with $20 with the $20 a month plan, in my opinion, for maybe 90% of what regular people want to do. Gemini, you can use the free version.
Oh, cool.
Even if you don't use the paid version of Claude, I mean, you'll notice it. If you try to use the free version, you'll just run out of tokens. It might take you 2 days to do something. You have to split it into shifts, right? But it starts to get annoying when you think, okay, I could pay $20 an hour and I can get 4 projects done without running out of tokens. And then there's ways to save tokens just by like, you really have to stop thanking AI. I used to do that. Every time it did something for me, I'm like, thanks. That's very helpful. And then it would respond to me and I'm like, but it's per word that you're burning tokens. So it's like,
Dude, it's something like $1.2 billion has been wasted on people saying thank you or
bro,
getting
no
pissed off at AI.
bullshit. No bullshit. But what I did is I programmed my Claude and I let him know that its number one job is to save me as many tokens as possible. Because if not, if you put it on a long job, right, it'll give you an update every single thing it does. And every sentence that it writes out is tokens burned. There's actually a GitHub prompt where it's called "Talk to Me Like a Caveman," and it makes Claude talk like a caveman. So it says it's like, now push code. Code push good.
Because there's one you can do that's like it's the caveman plus the Russian. Like I go to store. Like they just moves, add like articles and stuff.
Yeah. But the point is to like make it use less words, basically.
Yeah.
And there's a lot that you can do preemptively, right? Like all of my agents, the way I have them set up, is I have them set up like zero human companies, right? So there's a CEO. That CEO controls the workflow of the agents underneath it. Right? But the agents underneath it also have the ability to spawn in their own agents that they need in their departments to help with whatever task the CEO gives them. But on top of all of that, right, before it even goes, because after all that gets aggregated, it goes back to the CEO. The CEO makes all the decisions, passes it by me. I make the final decisions, whatever. But I did one thing that's helped me a lot, and I added an extra agent between all the agents and the CEOs that checks all the work. Its only job is to check code, check for errors, check for indiscrepancies, check for all of that before you even send me the code. Because so much of it is they send you the code, you put it in, there's an error. You give it back, they fix it, you put it in, there's another error. So just by implementing that one thing, the amount of errors that I've gotten back in the final code are like super minimal. They'll find it, fix it, all of that without talking to me. Don't even tell me what you're doing. Just get it done.
See, that's the what I was telling you about 2 years ago, and I think you see this playing out, and we're smart enough to see it anyway. Is that first you get people chat GPT and they think they're ahead of their peers because they're using chat GPT, but the people that were already using chat GPT are on 3 different models having each other cross-check each other. And there's always going to be the people that are saying, oh, are you using AI? But it's like, no, it's not using AI. It's like how you're using it in different levels and dimensions than your competition. And so you've already figured out cross review, which is beautiful. Some of the new Copilot agents have automatic a review command in them, so you just say /review, and they're automatically going to babysit the rest of the sub agents to make sure they're not going off the reservation, which is just a beautiful concept. But you can't tell a brand new person who's never used ChatGPT before. They are satisfied that they're using AI to begin with, so they're not gonna. You know what I'm saying? It's baby steps. It's just funny how
there's levels. There's definitely levels. Like if you're using AI and you're still in a chat interface, you're behind. If you're not in a terminal by now, then you're a little bit behind the curve.
What's a terminal?
It's where the actual code gets written. And so it's like what you would use if you were actually coding, but the agent's in there with you and you're in the actual terminal itself. The chat box is good for maybe 80% of shit that you need though.
Yeah, the difference with the CLI is that like anybody who wanted it, like if they're on Windows right now, they can just right click in a random folder, open up terminal and start your agent right off the bat. The difference is that chat has a mediator. It has a there's another layer that it's using to have that chat experience with you. And when you're in the CLI, you're getting rid of all of that crap. You have the quickest, easiest path to the model, straight, no middleman, no bull crap going on, no parsing, no filtering, none of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm using, Arthur's VS Code, PowerShell. It's all right. None of us do, bro. None of us know what the hell we're doing. We'll figure it out together. Ask it every once in a while, though. I think it's important. When it's in the middle of its PowerShell shit and it's just giving you a bunch of shit you don't understand, it's going to cost you some tokens. But every once in a while, I'm like, why did you do that? Right? Like, what's the decision-making process behind it? Just to make sure they're on point and they're not, it's bugging.
So you know what bugs me is that I'm signed in and it doesn't remember the other conversations because either
That's
they're
because
too
you're
long.
in chat. You need to get past that. I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna do a non-Cypher school, Cypher AI school sort of thing. Just really basics. But I want to get everybody to the point where they can get their AI agent where it's personalized, where you're not having those issues anymore. It knows who you are when you sit down, what you want, what you talked about last, all that good stuff.
That would be great. Yeah, yeah. Well, I made my gem like you had mentioned, and
Yeah.
I told it to have the personality of Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Oh, God.
and and then I said okay, and then it was giving me a lot of fodder, like intergalactic astro not stuff. And then I said okay, great. Just cut out all of that, and then you're a tax expert, but you're not a CPA, and I want you to use vocabulary from TurboTax, and we're going to create spreadsheets, and every time I give you an expense, I want you to log it.
Mhm.
And so far, so good.
Yeah.
It's made a couple mistakes, so I'm keeping a manual log too. But for the most part, sometimes I do have to correct it. It'd be great if it could just remember everything I told it.
That's good. Well, a lot of it you can put into its brain, right? Right where you told it what its job is, you need to introduce yourself. Not just you're a tax agent, but you're a tax agent for Tana. I am this. I work. I do this. These are my wants. These are my needs.
Oh, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. Then it'll pull, because what it does basically is it pulls from that file every time you have a conversation, right? It reads the entire file and it catches up with what.
I don't use it a lot, but I let my family use it, or my plan is the ChatGPT 5.5, and if you use the app, it will know about your other sessions, and it's not necessarily an agent because that's what you use Codex for. If you use Codex, then you can open it up like OpenClaw to your entire PC. But ChatGPT 5.5 is actually really good for people who don't want to get into the super weeds for AI, but it will remember other conversations. Sometimes too much, where it's like, dude, I'm not talking about that right now. Stop trying to pollute this conversation with the other one. And it'll like, well, so you were trying to clean your hot tub earlier today. So when you on Amazon and you're buying this other product, you might want to buy your like chlorine. And it's like, dude, I stop. But it will remember the conversation. 6 months ago, that wasn't the case. So it's weird because everybody's like, these things don't remember. Like, and I kind of keep telling it, and they're going by what the past year has given them. And every week it's changing. So if you really want to give it complete control and you don't want to get into the big agent thing, you can also download their Codex app, which will then be available as a project, and then you're then agifying or agentifying your workflow. But you should try. I think the ChatGPT app is free even for the free users, and you can get it. You could play with around with it for like, a crap load of tokens for it cuts you off.
Oh yeah, I already paid for it. I paid for ChatGPT as well.
The reason I like Gemini is because of the gems. Like, I think that's a really good sort of first step into agents, even though it's not necessarily agentic, but it gives people the opportunity to create different AIs for different tasks. Claude is different, right? Claude is like you have one AI and then the different tasks live in different folders, right? And you just tell it to go into whatever folder when you want to. But with Gemini, you can create different personalities, right? Different personas that'll sort of stick to that persona and what you use. I've also been using Claude to make markdown files to put into my Gemini gems, which has been working great.
I mean, really, any of these agents, you can, if your skill is powerful enough, you could tell it to imitate Gemini if you wanted to. You could just say, look, I don't want you to be folder structured. I want you to, when I give you a task and you detect anything that could be subdivided, like you were talking about earlier, how you'll explicitly tell it to like break down and go into subagents and open up other sessions. But like if you're take the time, you can emulate any other product from another AI company. It's like, do you want to? Like, it sounds like Gemini works really well for you, but Claude's really open to telling it whatever you want it to do and act and behave, it will do it.
Yeah, I saw Bernie Sanders have a conversation with Claude about AI. It was pretty fascinating.
You should try to use fluff.
It sounds like everything is good at different things. And I like the fact that I can just it just generates a spreadsheet, like a Google spreadsheet for me. And that's really convenient.
Like I GitHub Copilot for free from work for tokens, and what I love about it, and I just looked at the pricing plan. I'm actually shocked that it's $10 a month for Pro, and then it's $40 a month for Pro Plus. But the cool thing with GitHub Copilot is that you have access to all of the models under your account, meaning that you use up tokens, but you're only using up tokens that are on the cost basis of that model. And you can tell one model to say, hey, you're good at doing this, and I want you to model switch to go do this task. And the GitHub Copilot parent agent will not be tied and married to a specific product model. And therefore, you can really tailor what you want it to do, and you don't have to be in all these different products. You don't have to be in Google's program, or you don't have to be in Codex. You don't have to be in Claude. You could literally just be in the CLI or even in the chat window and tell it, I have these 3 things that I want you to do, and I think, and you decide, you tell the parent agent skill that this is what I want you to decide which one you want to divvy up, and then it uses all those models for different things. I know it sounds like a product pitch, but I mean, I'm just saying, like,
It's also really complicated. Like for most people, like you probably lost like 70% of anybody who hasn't touched AI yet. It's really not as complicated as it sounds, man. It really isn't.
Yeah, but it's just all instructions. I think that's one thing people don't understand, is that all of these instructions is just text. You can literally just sit down and write in Notepad what you want your agent to do, and it may not be perfect, but that stays in the session. So you can even have your own agent rewrite your instructions to make it more compatible with itself. So you don't have to know anything about agents at all. You're just like, this is what I'm having a problem with. This is what I want solved. I don't know what I'm doing. Tell the agent you don't know what you're doing, and have it rewrite your instructions for yourself.
That's what I started doing, Jacket. And Dbloc and I were talking a few days back about how to stop conversing with it like you're in a conversation and act like it more like it's an employee and give it instructions and direction. And that's been so helpful because you give it those certain tasks per the prompts. And I asked what prompts. I had them put it in a PDF. I pulled the prompts out depending on what I want. And then I use those prompts, and gosh, do I get better information that way? So much better than just having a little, conversation with it.
You ever been, you probably, almost everybody who's been messing with it, been in a deep conversation where it goes on for a couple of days, and then, I don't know, you get a Windows reboot update or power goes out or whatever, and then you go to open up that session and it lost the nuance of your discussion. It has memory of what you talked about, but it lost that snapshot in time. So even though you go back and start again, it remembers the context of what you're talking about, but not the tone. So what I
Yeah.
tend to do every once in a while was there's something that was really revealing and I got like what would you say, an epiphany in the conversation. I will tell it to write me an instruction file, an MD file of that conversation, not only with the memory, but the tone. And then I use that as the instructions for when I want to talk about that topic again.
Oh, that's amazing. And it remembers that so you can,
And
What I was saying there.
yes, but
That's what I was saying.
yeah.
Just ask for a summary, especially if you're going from day to day. Right? Just tell it, give me a summary of
Yeah.
everything we spoke about. I tell it specifically. I'm like, I I don't want you to ever forget this. Right? I want to be able to give this and have you remember me. And then it'll just write everything out.
I want to add something.
I haven't had that problem recently though. It's been pretty good. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I'm using Rooflo. Do you know it?
Rooflo?
Rooflo.
Can't hear you.
No.
It's an agent. It's using Claude. You have a queen. She is the manager of the work, and she has 120 skills, and she's managed the skills. And you have a skill for review, for coding, for everything you need.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very good, very powerful tool. It's, I work with it 3 days and it costs to me $300.
I'm sure.
can you put a link? Because I think I'm having a hard time spelling it. Can you put like a link in the bubble chat or the channel?
Yes.
It's a
Please.
lot
I
of
can't- I
these
can barely hear him.
there's a lot of these like agentic workflows, right? It's like just like the workflow I was talking about earlier with the zero human company. Right? You can package that off and you can sell it as a complete thing to people, which is what people are
Yeah.
doing now. But I don't know. Me personally, I think that developing something that's personalized and looking at these projects, right, and taking their workflow or taking their structure, and you can just do it. You know, if you like that idea of that one CEO or that one queen that controls everything, like you can write that into every one of your zero human companies.
You could check the chat.
I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. I gotta handle something real quick.
Hey, Jacket.
Yes.
I was trying to hear. I'm driving, so I'm fading in and out every now and then. Did you say that you had written something? I'm butchering this. Let me think how to say it. Okay, I'll just say it like this. If someone were to want to discuss with you how to set up a company or advance what they've already got in place, would you do that on the side for compensation? Nothing to do with your job, but just an hour or two, something like that, to review what I've already got in place or anything like that. Like I said, I'm butchering that. Sorry. I'm trying to be
No, that's right.
discreet and not really just
No, it's
put it out
okay. Like
there. Yeah.
I mean, I have a hard time. I have a hard time taking money for that. Like when I build something that I know that works for me and it's got like there's a proven model of revenue generation, then I will sell that and just pass the file and say you do what you want with it. But like for example, my wife's work doesn't they're all boomers. They know nothing about agents and how to use they don't even know how to use ChatGPT. And they're actually kind of some of them are kind of like they'd be the type of person who'd be at the intersection with saying no data center in my town. You know what I'm saying? So like to
Yeah,
try to get
yeah,
them on board is like really tough. But my
yeah.
wife has already made impact just because I've sat down with her for like 2 hours and told her what she can use, what agents are really good for, and it's not to
Wow.
eliminate jobs, it's to scale. So I don't
Yes.
think I would charge for that. Like if I got on a call with you and and we were like screen sharing or whatever and just going over the basics to get you started. I think the biggest problem with people is they don't know where to start, and then but once they do start, they start getting these epiphanies and they start getting these like oh wow moments, like look how I can scale this and look how I can get this done, and you start to get this itch, and you just your
Yes,
mind, and
that's
it gets
exactly
yeah, yeah.
totally what has happened. My son introduced this to me because I was telling him about Dbloc's mom, and I was talking to my son, and I said, Dbloc's mom, Dbloc was talking to his mom, and he showed her how she could use this agent at work and blah, 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 blah. And I said, it sounded like what you're doing. And he said, it is. And I can show you some things, but he's still learning. So I've learned a lot. And then D Block, so we've been kind of conversing, and Tana as well, just batting around. I said, man, it would be awesome after school, after we've got the whole school thing done, if you could just teach us what you know based on what you've done with the way you set everything up for the classes, for all of that, just to get an understanding. So he said he was going to do that, but I said I will pay you for that. I don't want it to be something where you're giving us important knowledge outside of the trading, but I said what I would use it for would be to build dry powder for trading, for the bull market when it comes around in the fall. And I said that's what I'm thinking of doing it for. So it does kind of play back to it. But again, I'll come on every now and then and say, oh my gosh, I just had this happen last night and it led me down this rabbit trail and this one, and I didn't know this and that. And then D Block will say, yeah, if you continue to do this, or if you like the prompts, things like that, how that's just completely changed the conversation. Now, how I open a new thread after so long, so it doesn't really hallucinate. It just gets um
That's a
accurate.
syndrome, right? What happens is the agent gets concerned about its context running out, and then that concern causes it to eat up more context, knowing it's running out of context memory, which is funny. So they're trying
What?
to fix that. Yeah, so it's like it'd be like you being in a calculus test and you're really stressing out, and then you're looking at the clock, and that stress that you're inducing on yourself is causing you to perform less because you're worried about running out of time. Therefore,
Yes.
you're focused more on running out of time than you are working on solving the problem. Yeah.
Wow. So
They
that's
have
an
a name
actual
for it.
thing.
It's a syndrome. Yeah, I know.
That's
It's
crazy.
literally like a mental syndrome, and I forget the name of it. Somebody just told me about it a couple weeks ago. I already knew it happened. It's been happening for a couple of years. I just forgot. I didn't know they actually had a term for it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to reach out to you. I'm hoping that B Block's going to be able to pull together some time again after school, after we get that all completed, because I do have a project that I'm started on that I definitely would love to have some direction of how to move forward, how to create these agents so that I can have it self-sustaining. Because in the position I'm in right now, I've become caretaker for my parents because their health is poor, particularly my dad. So I have this just all came up out of the wild clear blue, and I've had to do things for him that are really detailed, complex, difficult, and require an incredible amount of accuracy for someone who's getting 3 4 hours of sleep and is in an incredibly stressful situation with their parents' health failing. And I'm like, there's got to be an easier way for people to do this. And I've come up with that and want to put some things in place so that it will help other people that are in my situation. But I don't, and I'm just on chat, and I've accomplished an incredible amount, I think. But it's like dipping my toe in the water. And now I'm to the point where I'm like, okay, this is legit. I'm going to do this in the time that I can. What are the next steps? And that's where Dbloc was when Tana and I were talking the other night. And he said, oh, I'll show you some things here and there. And again, I said, I don't want to take your time and monopolize that outside of what the channel does. I would be happy to pay you for it. But it's,
Well,
I
you would be
think,
surprised.
go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You'd be surprised how much crossover there is to what Dbloc does into the real world. So I don't know if I could offer any more. Here's where I guess my Achilles heel is that it gets to a point where you're past the elementary stage, and I can't really teach anymore. I guess where my power comes in is taking someone who doesn't know anything about it at all, period, and then agentifying their workflow. And then it's kind of up to them to decide how advanced they want to get in their workflow. But I look like magic, like I look like a genius because I'm taking people that aren't technical and I'm pulling them into the world to give them some context of what they're missing. The problem with this is that all these products are being developed in parallel and everybody's competing and everybody has new concepts of how they want to agentify or even how the models are even built in the first place, and it can be very overwhelming. So like I'm in literally cutting edge. I mean, it's what I do for my job. So it's like I'm probably like blabble and talk too much and can confuse people because I'm trying to filter myself. Like I'm overwhelmed myself. But so that's why I just take approach with someone like my wife's work, for example, where they barely even have like the latest greatest office tools from Microsoft Office or whatever, and email is like their most advanced thing that they do, and just to be able to bring in some sort of workflow that that helps with automation, in the sense repetitive tasks that where people may even forget to do, the agent won't forget, and most of the time won't forget. That's like a huge leap. But once that leap is made, that's where I lose my strength. Like everything is then personal, and therefore, like I would have to be intimate with that situation to provide further guidance. So I would actually think that everything you're learning from Dbloc is extremely applicable if you just you replaced words. Like I'm looking at a chart, or I'm looking at a trend, or I'm looking at, the 200 MA, and like all these things that you could, like, even his bot in Discord can help out with. Like there is absolute carryover. I think the biggest thing is that I think people are so intimidated and scared by it. They just need to dip their toes in and just go crazy and break shit.
I completely agree. And the crossover is absolutely there, because I keep getting feedback from chat that you think in systems, and I didn't recognize that in myself, that I think in systems and in processes, but that's what you do in trading. And it kept referencing back, because the dialogue initially was trading and then it went to other things. And then chat kept referencing back, well, since you think along processes and systems and things like this, this is how you would better receive information. This is how I can give you better data based on the questions you ask, because you think in these processes. Well, and you recognize, what did it say the other day? You recognize patterns. And I thought, well, that's solely from trading and learning from Dbloc, is that pattern recognition and chat's recognizing that I think like that now, and then taking it over to my real life and my real life situations and how to incorporate it there. It's amazing. I totally am like your wife. I knew absolutely nothing. I could barely figure out how to use my phone half the time. So
Yes,
it
and
is,
it's relative, and that's what I mean. She's looking like an AI genius, and she's not even like her degree wasn't even in science. But because of
yes,
the disconnect between knowing and not knowing, it's literally
yes,
binary. Once you get in, like you get in with the crowd, like then it's all up to you. And this is why I sold my furniture making
yes,
instruction set, is because that's my domain. That's the thing that I do as a side gig, and I know a lot about it. So I felt confident passing that on to somebody else who's also trying to start a furniture making business. Like I couldn't like if someone said, "Hey, do what you want to do and replicate what Dbloc did," I would screw it up. Like because I'm not a trading expert. So like I don't know that I don't even know what to tell it. I'm glad I do now because I've been following Dbloc. But I'm just saying, if it's a domain that I know
yes,
nothing about, it's not helpful. I can actually screw somebody up. So my confidence level is really reduced. All I can know is like I can give examples, and then you any
right.
halfway
I get you.
intelligent person could make the parallels, right?
I get you. Okay, good. And just to clarify that, how did you sell? How did you do that? See, I'm trying to wrap my mind around how you took.
Oh, so
Uh,
it was a one-off. So it's not like I put it up on Etsy or something, or put it up on some
oh no, no,
digital,
no.
like
Yeah, I'm just curious of how do you put the content into something and sell it like
well,
that?
oh,
I don't even understand how that happened.
so like I said, all of the agents, and it doesn't even need to be an agent, by the way. You
Okay.
they thrive off of these instruction sets called MD files. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's just a .md. It's no different that you could literally rename it and call it .text, txt if you wanted, because that's all they are. They're just markup text files, and
Okay.
they're structured in a way like kind of like a document that you would give for doing a tutorial on something, cleaning the
Okay.
kitchen, mowing the
Yep.
lawn, whatever. And those MD files, because they're a text file, you can save them anywhere. You can hold them, put them on a thumb drive, put them in OneDrive, whatever.
Yeah.
But you invested in that instruction set, and that instruction set, the agent. So let's say we're not even talking agents. Let's just say ChatGPT chat
Okay.
window, and you drag that as an uploaded in there and say, use this for the remaining discussion of the topic we're going to talk about. It's going to treat it the same way as if you were in an agent and that agent was in your directory of your working folder that you wanted to work out of. So it's a consuming it exactly the same way. The difference is it's not deployable. So you have the file, but you put it in that
Right. Right.
session, and you got to keep uploading it to the session every time.
Yes.
The great thing about it as an agent is the agent is already starting off working in that project folder. It reads that instruction set. It already knows what it wants to do, blah, blah, blah. So the person that saw me, like they saw that I'm successful in my business and saw the way that I was growing it and scaling it with AI. And they're like, I'm so lost. I don't even know how to build an instruction set. Can I just buy yours? And then I filtered out my personal stuff and whatever, and my personal style or
That's
whatever. And
awesome.
they paid me a lot of money for it, and that person's now up and went from like about to shut his business down to breaking even now to where he can keep going.
Dang. That is amazing. Yeah. Yeah. I would have never even thought you could do anything like that. That's
I mean,
crazy.
some
Good for
people just
you.
need some people just need guidance, right? Like all that
Yeah.
instruction set I had to learn on my own. I had to
Yep.
fail. I had to get pissed off at people that, gave me a deposit and then wanted their deposit back because they just something happened in their family. Like all these
Mm,
life
yeah.
lesson things that you learn as a business owner, and I have a lot to learn, by the way. But this was tailored specifically to furniture making,
Right.
customized, commissioned, not even mass production, just commissioned work. And he was struggling in that area. And now he doesn't, when he goes to write an email based on some topic that came up about this is not really what I wanted. And like, let's say you do a rendering before you even make the product, and they're like, I'm really not liking that. The agent will say, this is the third time that you cooperated with them. This is probably the time to cut ties. Like, he doesn't know those things. Like, he doesn't know when is a good time to cut it off with a client, and like, but all
Right,
that's in the
right.
instruction set, right? And look, my methods may not be perfect, but it's better than what he had, which was
Yeah,
nothing.
obviously. Wow, so does the agent ever converse with the client itself? Or is that solely
I mean,
just
you
the
you you could do that and put things in place. I don't trust it yet to do that.
yeah,
And
that
I
would
and
be
I'm an AI advocate. Like, I think that all the negative crap about AI is valid, but it's also hyperbolic and overblown. Doesn't mean it's not valid. I just don't think it's proportional to the problem of what's actually happening. I don't want. I'm empathetic to people losing their jobs. I could be one of them.
yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, but knowing all of that, like, I don't think it is all negative. It's probably even more to the positive side. I still don't trust it to make one-on-one interactions with people that I'm doing business with yet.
Yeah, I would that would be a little and well, it would because initially it's intimidating and it takes a while to get accustomed to even the language and but it seems like, which I hate to say this, but it seems like you get this trust built up with it and I keep calling it an it because I refuse to call it he or she. I'm not going to give it a pronoun because you start feeling these emotional ties and you think, oh, I can do that. I'll go ahead and tell him this information or that information. And I could see how that could not bode well for somebody that was more trustworthy. And then the agent give them wrong information or say something out of character that the person wouldn't have. I just don't know how that. I know people do that. I've heard people that do that, that they have this thought or, these agents completely take over their business so that they can run multiple businesses. I've been hearing that on, online a lot. And they make these um, videos of themselves that aren't really them. And these agents have conversations with these different people and they sell these things. I'm like, gosh, dang, I don't
Yeah, but they're
know.
not.
That's
They're not. It has its limits. They're not fooling anyone. Anybody in their right mind knows it's uncanny and something feels off. The problem is that it's not a problem. It solves an immediate contact
yes,
problem. So you've
yes.
made contact now, and it's like, hey, I'm selling asphalt driveway service, and it's like that simple conversation about what's your address, what's the problem, when I'm available. Those are good things for agents to respond to. But if the person keeps talking to it and saying, like, what are your Google reviews like? Because I'm looking at it right now, and it's not consistent with what you're saying. Like, they start probing the bot and start getting
Mhm.
like,
Yeah.
if you didn't put that information in there, it's gonna make best case. They call it uh, they make it's like best. God, now I'm spacing right now. The bottom line is it does its best to come up with an answer based on the limited knowledge set that you give it. Like
Right.
Dbloc, he's been feeding it everything that he knows, and as he goes on, he's going to feed it its own relationship with itself. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that the more information you give it, the less chance that you have of making a mistake or assuming something that's inappropriate or not in your best interest.
That's way down the line from where I am. That's just scares me. Gosh.
Like, if
I
you
just
fed it all your emails, and let's
yeah.
say you recorded all your conversations with your dad over the years, as like, I have ailing parents too, and like if I would have been able to, like, get ahead of his Alzheimer's, I would have been able to record all of our conversations And I
Mm.
would have been able to make like an agent of my father that I would be able to keep for the rest of my life. But my dumbass was just, I didn't do it. And I think that instead of an urn on your fireplace, you actually have like a
Oh,
urn that's got a speaker in it and you talk to the dude. I know it sounds creepy, but that stuff's
no,
coming. It's coming.
totally. I saw it, believe it or not, on the Kardashians one time. Um, Literally flipping through the channels and saw where they were having this conversation with their dad, and I paused and I thought, what is going on? And it was a birthday present for one of them, and it was like he was real, standing right there, talking to him in his voice. It was crazy, and this was like 2 years ago, probably. I hadn't even thought
Oh
about
yeah,
doing that with my
it's
own
gonna
dad.
get wild.
Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you. I just pulled into where I've been
Roger
heading
that.
to. Thank you. Good talking to you again.
Yep, 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 yep. Arthas Salvatore, I'm watching chat, man. Just keep hanging out with D-Block, man. Like, you pick his brain. He's just as good as I think he's better at the implementation of it than I am. I mean, I come from like almost a science perspective, and it tunnel visions me. I also need to learn how to utilize it better. I'm not noob, but I'm definitely not advanced. I'm like intermediate. Um, and I'm not saying that to be humble. I'm literally like there's people that can walk circles around me on how to use agentic workflows to get stuff done. I'm still learning myself.
Somebody shooting at the White House. Goodbye. Close that gap already.
What's going on, fam? Damn, it didn't even give me enough time to back out to yeah, we hit that 50% of the vector I was just looking at. Let's get it. Yeah, I went deep in the chat, huh? The reason deja vu freaks you out is because you're looking at it wrong. Some people think that deja vu is you going through something in real life that you've already dreamt about or that you've been in like a past life. But what if every time that you felt deja vu, you've actually been in a dream? What would make more sense? That you're living the same experience twice, or that you're confusing reality with a dream? All right, so back to Bitcoin. That's sufficiently screwed your brain up enough. Doge still not all the way up to its move. I don't have that issue because I don't dream, but there's a theory that a certain amount of the experiences that you remember were actually in your dreams. Hey, interesting little shift here in liquidity, huh? I like to say I don't dream because all my dreams came true already, but that just sounds good. I just smoke too much. Interesting rotation. Well, like when you dream, your subconscious plays back events from the day, right? At least this is how I look at it, right? Like it plays back events from the day that there was a lesson you were supposed to learn from that you didn't. right? Something you were supposed to notice that you didn't. But I think when you smoke a lot of bud, you're just so chill when you go to sleep that you're not, even your subconscious isn't stressing about anything. But I've had periods in my life where I had reoccurring dreams. I told y'all that crazy reoccurring dream I had about that boogeyman that you just can't beat. That shit went on for years. I'm not going to say I don't dream at all. I'll wake up, like I'll be in a dream. Put it this way, I dream so seldomly that when I catch myself in a dream while I'm sleeping, I can literally think to myself, oh shit, I'm dreaming. Like I can catch myself when I'm in a dream. Can't really control it or do anything, but I've had that conscious thought of, oh shit, this is a dream. Right? Or I guess the subconscious thought that shows itself later, whatever. But then as soon as you wake up, it's like you remember half of it. 5 minutes later, you remember 25% of it. 10 minutes later, you just remember the vibe of what the dream was. Nah, it was bad. I think what it was my subconscious trying to get me to slow down, bro. Because I was speeding. And when you're young and you're in that like invincible mode, so I think that dream was meant to like humble me a little bit. Remind me that there's always somebody bigger, badder, crazier. Bro, it used to be so bad. Like I hit him and he hit me harder. I come back with a knife and he's got a machete. I got a gun and he's got an AK. I bring 5 people, he's got 20. But now with like an adult mind thinking back on it, like, yeah, I think I was just running too hot, bro. I was in that young boy mind where you can't, you're invincible. Yeah, yeah. Young and dumb. Bro, we used to roof hop in Brooklyn for like blocks till we got to the main street. It was like a 6-foot gap, 13, 14 stories up. Like without even blinking, just blink, blink, blink. And now I got a thing with heights, like we were talking about in chat. Like I don't even like heights like that. But some of the shit that I did when I was young, I think about it now, but there's no way in hell. Yeah. I've had dreams. Anybody have dreams of that trade that went bad and you're all in? Has anybody gotten to that point yet? That's like my adult version of the boogeyman dream, I think. I get into whenever I do have trading dreams, it's usually a super risky trade that's going the wrong way. And then when you wake up, you're like happy that it was a dream, right? Like you're not. That shit's happened to me a couple times where I blow the entire portfolio. I mean, to zero. Made as many dumb decisions as you can possibly think of. But it's been a while since I even had one of those. That's my real life. Nah, bro, like legit. Legit. And it's not just with trading. For some reason, my dreams, maybe it's just the ones that I remember because they're the ones that are valuable. But it's just me doing some stupid shit that I regret. And now the world's like crashing in around you. It's like one of those like lessons, right? It's like, it has been a long time since I've been in an all risk trade, but I had plenty of them. My problem is that the first couple ones went well, and then that set a bad precedent. I never had sleep paralysis. I've heard about it though. My grandma used to say that's the cuckoo sitting on your chest. It's like, yo, chill, grandma. Like, some of the shit the old heads used to tell little kids back in the day is crazy, yo. Like, great, yeah, I'm asleep. Asleep great tonight. Thanks for that, grandma. Yeah, exactly, Sim. It's like a game, bro. This shit really is like a massive multiplayer battle royale, right? Except more than one person gets to win. You basically just got to make it to the airdrop, right? But the longer you stay in the game, the more money you collect. So then you start to realize, like, maybe it's not a good idea to run out here and just be a slayer and get 400 kills. Right? You chill back, play defensive, collect the loot, and then time that airdrop perfect. Slay on the way out, you know? Just survival. Easiest place to make money, in my opinion. Also, the easiest place to lose it. Well, that's not a problem though. As long as you're only risking, 1 or 2% of the port, you can afford a couple deaths as long as you get the most kills. Yeah, we're still just hanging around the 50% of that vector. Because your boy is asleep. And because money hasn't really been the real money, in my opinion, over the last 2 years has been being around for the Asia UK turnover. If you can set up that Asia UK turnover trade, or more importantly, you can get out of the way before those 10 a.m. dumps that have been such a common thing, you know? During the last bull market, it was different though. During the last bull market, since there was so much liquidity and everything was so bullish, like you had to be here during New York session. Yeah, I mean, it's part of it, but it's definitely been better for my portfolio to be up for Asian session and UK session, to set up my trades, and then I wake up in the middle of US session usually to take profit, or if it, if the trend was in the opposite direction to catch a falling knife. But honestly, it's controlled by the market. If the next bull market starts to run different, then I'll adjust to those hours. Yeah, Asia's been a gold mine lately. I mean, even just with setting the range and seeing UK test that Asian trend to the top side, like, all right, well, I know they were going to probably trend for the entire session. US is probably going to come try to take something off the top. So go to sleep and let this cook. I'm not gonna lie though, I don't miss those days. I don't miss those AMC GME days. Up at 6 o'clock in the morning, a pre-market, freaking boss. My brain doesn't operate well that early, to be honest with you. I've always been like a bit of a night owl. That could just be really strong empathy, bro. Empaths tend to do that. Nah, it's real shit though. Normal people don't do that, especially like with people they don't even know. You don't spend a second thinking what that person feels like. Maybe if you're a good person, you feel that way about people you talk to, right? That's like really the most you can expect from most people. That you feel empathy for the people that you deal with on a day-to-day basis, and you think about how what you say affects them, that sort of thing. But empathy for strangers in situations that have nothing to do with you, yeah, that's a strong. It's a pretty strong sense of empathy. Which is good. Need more people like that. It also comes back to what we were thinking about with what we were talking about with second, third, fourth order thinking. You can't help but be a bit of an empath if you're thinking in like the fourth, fifth, or sixth order, right? Like, what effect does the effect of the effect of the effect of the effect of what I do have, or anybody else, right? Mikey, what's going on, bro? I gotta take some time off here soon and finish that damn Shopify thing. But I feel like the second I look away from the chart, we're gonna hit that golden pocket. Psych low, psych high is forming. This is going to be more important, in my opinion, going into the future, where we don't have CME. A psych high and psych low is still going to be a thing. It's still going to be a weekly mean reversion, which means the importance of where this forms, right, I think is going to be a little bit more how we judge these traps. Meaning that there's going to be a bit of question from Friday all the way till Saturday afternoon on where exactly the midpoint that we judge the false move is going to be by. Right? Because think about it. Without a CME gap, we can't judge the false move, because false move out of what? But with our psych ranges, right, let's assume it just stays like this. Right? Then we regain that measuring point. So now, okay, if it falls out of this and takes this out, it's free in the trap shorts. If it pops up and takes this out, it's free in the trap longs. And this will probably be the range where they end up doing their work to build liquidity. When we lose edges like that, it's important to focus on the things that don't change, because they become more important.
Come on, CME.
What's good, Joe? My bad. Handle a couple of things. Yeah, I mean, I think we got. I was watching the stream on my phone, and my voice just scared the shit out of myself. I think we got the gas to get there, but we got to take advantage of the momentum. Yeah, we had good momentum here. We're still pretty much away from our uptrend, right? Nothing too crazy yet. But all right, we already know the gas is there. And again, only ones that can really, really change this are the bulls. Bulls is going up. I know you're happy, but there's no reason why you should have your liquidations between that 800 and the 50. You're just begging for them to come down and get you. But let's get rid of them for a second. And let's. What are we, 5 minute right now. Let's get to 15 minute and hourly. Let's get rid of all this shit. So the issue we're having now is the momentum issue. Right? We already saw the gas. There's more than enough gas to get there. There's more than enough market maker targets to get there. But look at our momentum. All right, these are our stochastics on the 15 minute and hour. Right? So 5 minute, 15 minute, hour, we're slammed. Which is cool if the momentum continues, but if we lose momentum and we start retracing, then we're gonna pull back and get that get the right side of that W, which still needs to come down a little lower. But yeah, I mean, we're pretty close to topping out. Squeezing though. And our bands are squeezing. And we're holding that 50. And we're technically above that high volume node. Right? That's above this gap. So in a good position for it to hold, but like I said, momentum needs to continue or we're gonna roll over. I need to play like some type of intro music before I get on the mic. Like a warning. All right, so we'll see. Like I said, we know the we know the liquidations are there. What we need to see is volume and aggressive buyers coming through the tape. We'll put on our range detector, so we'll watch the squeeze. It's smaller, so it doesn't cover that. Squeezing on no volume. Now or never, bulls. Well, not now or never, but now or way later. Something like that. That's what I was doing. I was going to put volume. But it's annoying me. Yeah, you can see it. It actually came in to stop the volume. We had 2 stopping volume candles that did exactly that. Which is why they have that name. Stopping volume candle. The stochastic is pinned on the 1 minute right now. $5 minute. $15 minute. starting to come down on the 30-minute, basically. See, well, a regular stochastic is good for divergences and shit like that, but I mean that regular RSI. But I much rather look at the stochastic for direction. Nah, the thing is that they released all the bears early, and then there was tons of liquidations underneath. So they basically let the bears go crazy, and then they trapped them. It's gonna be interesting. Like we said on like I have here, right? This is the last CME. We're gonna have to get used to this moving a little bit different, right? And I'm already picking up on, in my opinion, little tells. And one of them is, and it's been happening for a while. Once I say it, you'll be like, oh shit, yeah, that's kind of true. The importance used to be to set that range between the trap long and trap short early, right? Now it seems like it's not. They're comfortable figuring that range out, leaving it for the psychological range, right? Letting the psychological range determine the range instead of CME. We did the same thing last weekend, right? CME was up here, but we freed those trap shorts and we ate liquidity until the psychological range came in, and then that psychological range came in here, and then we like trapped there. Right. The point is that there still has to be a range trap at some point because you've got to build liquidity to both sides. But in a condition where there is liquidity to both sides already, the algos aren't going to be so trapped to be stuck to that line. Damn, my bad. I keep doing that shit, bro. My bad, Discord. Think I was muted. I need to get one of those online, like I need to get one of those live lights that pops up, but I need to trigger it to where it pops up when I'm unmuted from everything. And until I see that light, you didn't miss much. I was just talking about how I think that our psychological, you know how before I always said market maker likes to bring that psychological range, likes to bring that CME within the psychological range to ensure that they can fill that CME at some point because of the mean reversion. I think that without CME, right, with the absence of CME, that psychological range becomes that range now. So we might get more action Fridays and Saturdays as the traps are set, since there isn't that hurry of setting everything in one day because CME is about to close and you need to range out. I'm just trying to keep a mental note of the differences between these traps as we go forward so that we can have a good sort of field manual. It's going to take forever to get used to the quicker that we can pick up the edge and jump on the trend, the better off we're going to be, because it's going to take people a while to figure out what's going on. And who knows, man, if it's brand new, right? If it's nothing that's ever been before, we start calling it the Cypher cycle or something. Go down in the books. Oh, we had our trap. If you look at volume, right, we had our trap longs. Our trap shorts were the issue, right? We had trap shorts here. We had decent volume, right? It was even higher than the volume on our trap longs. But then we freed them, and then this volume definitely was higher than anything since then. But any move between these two, right? As long as you don't free them, and as long as you don't free them, any move in here is decent. Now, what my argument is that even without CME gap, once this weekly range or this psych high, psych low is established, that in essence is going to end up being our CME, right? And then the liquidity that's built above it and the liquidity that's built below it will be what fuel our false move up or our false move down. I'm thinking false move up into these guys personally, but it's gonna be fun, man. We'll watch it for the next couple months, track our results, right? Journal everything. It's not about being first, it's actually figuring it out so we can get back to having a sharper edge. But it would be nice to be first. Yeah, I mean, my argument is that weekly inventory cycle that market maker has to run because he's already exhausted his liquidity during the week, that doesn't go away because CME opens. I mean, that actually becomes an even more difficult job now, but a more necessary job because now you're going to need to provide liquidity during the weekend as well. The one thing that doesn't make it such a drastic change is that any orders that come in on the weekend don't get filled until Sunday, when we would have been expecting CME to open anyways. There's a couple things we might be able to exploit though. There's a 2-hour window on Saturday where they shut down completely. If we happen to have some sort of news event or we happen to have something that pushes price during those 2 hours, there's going to be a gap that's left that we can trade back towards interday. Right? And it's small, it's not as big as the CME gap, but it is an edge that we'll be able to exploit. What I think is going to be interesting is to see what changes with the algos, right? If they become more defensive because they expect more liquidity, or if market makers are forced to have weekend hours. I think since the orders aren't filled, there's no need for that, right? I think it'll still run on algos. But I think paying attention to what the sentiment is with legacy during the weekend is going to be important because all those orders coming in at the same time is going to make for some explosive moves or counter moves. Probably the best risk adjusted way to do it would be to counter trade whatever that move is coming into when those orders fill. But being able to play both sides of it would be nice too. This is all just a thought experiment until the 29th, right? Until we actually see what the market does.
Man, I did really well with my imaginary long right here.
Nice. Why was it imaginary though?
Because I'm broke.
I thought you would just like be irresponsible. I didn't see everything I needed to see for entry, or I was testing a new theory. I respect it.
No, I've been imaginary trading for like 5 months now.
With real risk management, though, because if not, it doesn't matter. Like what I mean is,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes. Yes. I did 10 times $500 margin isolated in my
yes,
brain at
yeah.
74. I had like a big old red horizontal line just right where it friggin' stopped there on the 1 hour. But it was only from using the trader main indicator like on the 4 hour. Basically, it's just retesting your support. What was resistance now support line at 74,285 area?
I know you're not in here shilling somebody's indicator, because we will fight. Like I'll turn these mics off.
What did I say?
I'm just talking shit.
What what did I even say?
With the indicator, what did you?
I said trader's main.
Trader Main is a person.
Oh.
TR Main, Trader
Oh,
Reality
God.
Main is the name of an indicator.
Oh, my bad. Oh, okay, I made that up. Oh, TR main is what I meant.
No, I'm just kidding. The 200 EMA is what I was sort of looking at. Goes for the type 2. Basically just 382. 200 EMA should be up there by the time it comes down to that. Nah, that's good though. The more of those trades you can take and like be confident in your decision making abilities when you do have the money to play with, you won't hesitate as much.
Yeah, you know what I'm paying attention to is how long that actually took. And then paying attention last night when I was looking at it, it was late for me. It was like 1:30 in the morning when it went down there like that. And I was like, dang, that's spicy. And it's really separated from the 50 on the 5-minute. And then I was like, yeah, probably be a good fallen knife. But of course, it's 2 in the morning. So I don't
Like
know
the
if I
way
would
you
have entered
think.
it, actually.
Maybe not. Sometimes your rules will keep you from taking a good trade, but if it's a rule, it's a rule for a reason. If you have a rule that you can't trade past a certain time, then it just is what it is.
Yeah, because my stop would have been where everyone else's stop was. But if you look, it didn't go stop anybody out if you had put your stop with everybody else.
But if you take 100 trades at 2 in the morning,
Yeah, you're right. So this 74.4, 74.2, 74.3, whatever that is, that we hit March 2024. It was the high of that bull flag back there.
5 minutes stochastic is touching down, making its way back up to the top of the range. Which doesn't mean shit for us if it's probably just going to be mean reversion. We need a breakout. We know the range already.
You sound bullish.
Yeah, I mean, barely bullish. I've got my targets a little bit above.
Sound like you've got a position open, Dbloc.
Yeah. I took a position off my squiggle.
Did you go to sleep on it?
Yep, I took it last night.
So then that's not one of your rules.
No,
You're
when
okay
this, yeah,
on
no. I mean, my stop was so tight that if I would have woke up, stopped out, I wouldn't have cared.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, going to sleep with a position in profit and a stop 5, 6, 8% away, that's a different story, right? At that point, I'm either going to move my stop up or I'm going to take my profits and go to sleep.
Where's your target at?
About 80.
Oh.
Psychological range was up here. It's not anymore. So that takes one of our sort of targets away, unfortunately. But there's enough liquidations.
Could you do last week's high? That's at 82. That could be a target.
I think that the psychological at 80 knocks us. And I think that if it doesn't, market maker runs the risk of an out of control train. And I don't know if they're going to want that. So they might not even let it get close to 80, honestly.
Yeah, did you see it got rejected on the weekly?
Mm-hmm.
The cloud, the 50 cloud?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, unless it's a long term play, Jamal, like if it's a long term bag, then I don't have a problem sleeping in profits. But if I'm just in some sort of swing trade and I'm up substantially, then I've got to find a safe place to move my stop to. Once I move my stop to that safe place, if I look and I see the distance between where we are and that and it's unacceptable, then I got to take profits and go to sleep. If it's cool, if I don't mind paying that, it's kind of how I look at it, right? Like you're playing cards and you got to pay to see the river, right? So you might still win this hand, but the dude next to you just upped it. So now you got to pay to see the cards. Is it worth it, right? Sometimes it might, okay, I'll lose $130 if I let it go all the way down to that stop. Am I willing to pay $130 to see how this plays out overnight? If I am, I'll let it ride. If not, you know. But then I don't look at it like a loss either, right? I look at it like you've got to be real with yourself and be like, no, I could have taken it, right? But I paid it to see what would happen. Yeah, that 50's holding up. A little worried about it just because we haven't had a retracement to that 200 for a while, but sometimes it's not worth it, bro. Sometimes you'll look at it and be like, yeah, nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna give that much back just to see if I'm right, you know. It makes you put a price on your ego. You want to be right? All right. You willing to pay this much? Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Take these profits and go to sleep like a baby. Especially with alts, bro. I can't tell you the last time I slept on an alt position. It's like, yeah, but don't you miss out when it, yeah, I'll be all right. One of the next classes is about rotations. I wasn't even going to do it during this semester because we're so far away from even thinking about a Bitcoin altcoin rotation as far as like going into even a semi alt season during the bull market. But I think the concept is important to talk about because it happens even on small scales. Right? Even if it's not a bull market, that same cycle happens. We saw it happen just now recently. Right, we saw Bitcoin go by itself, and then finally we saw Bitcoin go and take ETH, and then we saw Sol move and Sui move. Right, then we started seeing all the small alts move. Then I can remember specifically when I came in here, I can't remember who it was, but I was like, I'm a little worried that all of these memes are going. Like it was the day where all the memes did like 20%. I was like, typically it's like the end of the cycle, right? It's what it is. It's a risk cycle. Right? You start off not wanting to take risk and then you make money and then that money sustains itself, right? It doesn't, you're not giving it back. So then your risk appetite grows a little bit and then that pays off. And then your risk appetite grows more and that money starts to rotate into lower and lower market cap. And typically when it's in memes and memes are running harder than anything else, that's a sign that it's, you know, people have gone to maximum risk exposure. Teasing this Bollinger Band here.
This daily candle on total opened beneath the 50 on the daily.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. What scares me most isn't even crypto charts. It's looking at S&P and NASDAQ.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
I saw a chart the other day. I've got to build it. I saw a chart the other day that showed the S&P with the top 10 removed from it. Horrible. Like, I know, like everybody knows, right? It's top 10 companies are really holding it afloat. But when you remove it from the chart, right? When you actually do the equation on TradingView to remove each one of the companies from the chart, that chart looks horrible.
I want to see it. Can you make it?
Yeah, I'm going to build it later. I'm trying to knock some of the stuff off of my to-do list here so I can have some time to do stuff I want to do. Like build
Can
cool
AI do it?
charts. Nah, I could do it. I'm trying to get AI to do this other shit so that I can actually build the freaking chart. All right, let me see. Dun, dun, dun. Let Bitcoin cook for a second. If it settles back down into this, then I'll do it. Doing it live. Yeah, it is. It is. Come on. I wish Zusi was here because me and Zusi had this conversation a long time ago. When we started doing the math and running the cycles forward and sort of seeing where the tops were going to line up at, and we saw that everything was supposed to top out like 6 months before real estate. Like, we literally sat here and talked about, like, wouldn't it be crazy if, like, what I would do is I would try to push it as far as possible, right? I would try to push the bubble as close to the housing bubble as possible. Because why are we going that? We know that this is going to be, that housing downturn is going to cause a recession, and we know we're going into that. So why not keep the party going for as long as we possibly can and just pump this shit just ridiculously? Now, what we didn't count on was that Bitcoin wouldn't take that ride. But what we also didn't count on was the energy drain from AI and data centers causing Bitcoin miners to capitulate early. You know, they started capitulating before we even got to the top of the market. So we topped out when we were supposed to, but we didn't get the highs that we should have. Because so many miners had to capitulate and sell early into rising, which is what we want, right? Like, if I'm investing in a mining company, I want them to sell their Bitcoin as Bitcoin is rising, not as it's falling. But it did sort of screw us a little bit. Because what happened is Bitcoin miners holding on to their coins are what help us keep our all-time highs. Right? So when you get to all-time highs, yes, there's going to be people that sell off. But Bitcoin miners understand the cycle more than anybody, and they typically wait for timing. The problem is they had extra pressure put on them from AI. Right? The AI data centers push the price of electricity up so high that the realized price of Bitcoin versus holding wasn't, financial decisions had to be made early. Now, the secondary effect to that is since we didn't hold our all-time highs, that rotation didn't go into Ethereum, and Ethereum couldn't break its all-time highs. And if Ethereum couldn't break its all-time highs and hold its all-time highs, then the money's not going into Sol. It's not going into ADA. It's not going into Sui. It's not going into, we didn't get that rotation.
Where are the dollars sitting right now as far as rotation goes?
Legacy, and they're starting to float in between like metals. And so this is the chart that we're watching here. Right, so we've got Bitcoin, metals, and then S&P and NASDAQ. Right, so they're on their sell-off, and what we're trying to figure out is where does the rotation go? That's why I keep talking about the difference between a euphoric rotation and a defensive one. Right, in a defensive rotation, the money will rotate into metals because they're trying to keep it safe. Let me switch this out of this. It's really annoying me. I don't know why the hell. All right. But if we look at it from the last drop, which is, hold on. Let's get on the same time frame here. Okay, so right now, over the weekend, mostly because we're the only thing going, right? We're seeing it go into Bitcoin as it drained out of S&P. But that's not rare to see during the weekend, because like I said, we're the only thing. We're sort of the only thing going now. You go to the daily, you see more of the true picture. Right, metals have already sold off and are going sideways. Bitcoin is starting to sell off, starting to break EMAs, and NASDAQ and Legacy are putting in all-time highs. So short answer, the money's in Legacy. For right now, the speculation's happening in Bitcoin for today, right? Because everything else is closed. It's like 3 a.m. when you go to Denny's and everybody's at Denny's, and you know Denny's sucks, but why is everybody here? It's the only thing that's open. And it's really good when you're drunk after the club. That sort of thing.
That was your slogan, Denny's. It's always open.
Yeah.
So what's your target for NASDAQ when...
Don't ask me. I've been freaking. Oh, you mean the lows?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say I've been babying this short on S&P for playing a dangerous game. I think personally that we come back at the very least, like very, very least, to the 50 on a daily. Right? That's just to see how bad it gets. This is basically how it plays out on smaller time frames. FOMO lives above here, panic lives below here. Any retracement from ES into this range, right? Every correction is liable to come back into ES, meaning you'll get like a lower high. It isn't, in my opinion, until you pass here that rotation starts to get defensive. And what I mean by that is that the money will come out of ES, and then when it's time to come back in, you'll see it go into metals. Right? Because people will start getting scared of losing these levels. But all of these rotations, all of these bounces back up, we can see it affect Bitcoin. Once we pass this, though, I think it stops coming into Bitcoin altogether and it goes into metals. Think of it like this. You're still euphoric here, so you're willing to put your gains that you're taking out of this into something riskier. Once you cross this, your hope is sort of gone and you're looking at protecting this money. Can't put it into Bitcoin. Bitcoin's retracing hard. Can't put it into any of this shit because this just retracing hard. Only thing that's really left is metals. You put it in the bank if you want, but big money never does that. Even a couple months in the bank with $1 billion is too much.
So they'll lose less going into metals than they would put it in a bank.
Yeah. Especially because, like I said, there'll be the bell at the ball. Like, look at like it's already had its retracement and it's holding out, right? So when they do decide that it's time to go, which will probably be like there'll probably be like 2 or 3 more retracements. I expect ES and Nasdaq to make at least 1 or 2 more all-time highs, unless we get some serious sort of changes in the war, like escalation. I mean. It's important not to be too early on these things. Remember what I told you, being early is the same as being wrong. It makes no difference to your pocketbook. I can tell you one thing, though, that the only money I have in Legacy is on the short side right now. And that's definitely not financial advice because I've been in the short since November. It's not a new thing. How would you feel about it? You were in a short on MicroStrategy and you hedged the short with a long on Bitcoin, and MicroStrategy looked like this right now. Would you be worried? Or would you be chilling? Nah, MicroStrategy is not a short on Bitcoin. MicroStrategy short is a short on greed. I don't know. And of course, our infamous Labubu short. That's going splendid. I appreciate all of y'all for turning your backs on Labubu at the perfect time.
You deserve every penny from that short.
Yeah, no, I agree, Bands. I wasn't saying I'm short legacy to say like, you know, legacy's going down, you should short legacy. I'm just saying the only money I have over there at all is short. I've got some emerging markets plays, but that's basically shorting. That's basically a stock market short. The money doesn't rotate into emerging markets until it starts to come out of ours. That trade was too early. My dumb ass. I went heavy on preemptive strike on emerging markets right before World War III. Like, gang, like what? Talk about timing. But they're catching up now. They're doing better now. I'll be honest, bro. I've got such a cushion underneath me from the silver play that I can afford a couple tarant decisions. What's really interesting is this visa news coming out of China, man. Like, I know I keep saying it, but I did the deep dive on it the other day, and it was important then, but it's even more important now, right? That they've named these chains by name. Because if one thing is true, they're not going to be running transactions inside of China on Visa rails. So you just had a brand new market open up. Between us, the one of these that's sort of the most interesting to me is Canton right now. Name keeps popping up. But that's bottom of the bear market talk. I almost forgot about it too, Limitless. That Labubu trade's been like the good kid. Like, you know, like that one kid you don't worry about. You're like, all right, you're good. Good head on your shoulders. You're not gonna eat a rock or nothing. You just have to worry about. Let me focus on your brother because he needs the extra attention. I mean, kind of to my point. Does this not feel a little weekend trappish here? I just figured out a way to test it. At least one of the metrics. You can turn on old psychological ranges, right? I'm going to turn them on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'm gonna find a pre-CME average for the psychological range, and then we'll compare it against the post-CME averages. It's still a running theory, but I don't even want to say it out loud because it's not completely flushed. But I have a feeling that these psychological ranges might end up being tighter than they have been in the past. The reason being that the buildup of liquidity on both sides is what's necessary, right? And for that to happen, you kind of have to run a tight range that gives both sides a reason to ape in. Right? You can't really do that effectively if you're pushing for half the day. And remember, it's from Saturday at 3 o'clock till Sunday at like 5 in the morning. So there's not a lot of time to set the range, right? It's not like our traditional CME weekend trap that you have 2 or 3 days to find the top and the bottom of it. This has to be done a little quicker. Like I said, still a running theory. Don't hold me to it. I just want you to know where my head's at. I'm going into this sort of new paradigm. I got y'all. Hold on. Being a bad host. Morning, Issa. Excuse me. There we go. Yeah, can beat each other up or something while Bitcoin goes sideways. Yeah, I forget sometimes. Y'all gotta remind me when we're just sitting here if y'all ever want to play the game. Nah, you picked the Elvis haircut. Don't hide now. All you guys got to do is type something in chat and be sub to the channel, and it'll pop you in. What's the word, Squid? Okay, for some of y'all that are naked, that's some decency. Nah, type exclamation random, and it'll give you a random outfit until you get some money up. I don't know. It feels like we go sideways from here is what it feels like, Kaloy. But I'm looking for a false move up this week into the rest of that CME gap and this golden pocket above us. Or this, I mean this week, I mean, you know, next 24 hours. Maybe less. Robo, everybody's broke right now, bro. You're going to have to wait to rob people until they get their money up. Be careful, bro. Robo will challenge you to a fight for 2 million Bitcoin. Oh, you want to run a fade? All right. Uh-oh, where's everybody else? 1v1. Boomy, forget about the fight and go get the... Uh-oh, whoever gets this. Oh, no, run. The violence. Nah, you don't have to press join. It'll do it automatically. That was the old way. Damn, that's a big battle royale. I don't even gotta look. I'm always the first one to get taken out. Like, I feel low-key like y'all jumped me. Oh, I'm still in the game. That Bitcoin saved me. I'm cooked. Bro, I'm a free kill deep. Go get him. W. Kaloy. That gold that you went on there, you can use to like gamble in like the slots thing, or whenever that link pops up, you can use it to like buy gear for your little dude. And just to be clear, it is not real Bitcoin. It is fake Bitcoin, and there's nowhere for you to turn it in at. My lawyer Drew said that I need to say that. Exclamation mark jump gets you the Bitcoin. Yo, watching everybody jump too early at the same time and then watching all of y'all jump too late on the very next time is hilarious. Like everybody overcorrects by the same amount. What's bad about it is that sometimes it's different. Sometimes it's 3 seconds, sometimes it's 5. My bad. I think I cut your fight short. I'll be right back. And I've been talking into a muted mic this whole time. Leave for 1 second. A mod start abusing their power. I just know Neve has his mod hoodie on right now with the hood up. Damn. What the hell he just hit you with? Absolutely. The horror.
Can we close the gap tonight?
Would be nice.
Getting kind of impatient.
Hey, it's been a pretty good move pretty quickly. Since you popped on last night and were like, show me that squiggle, I think we've made a pretty good dent in that. But the last couple hours have been torture. Yeah. It's a fact.
Yeah, I'm still in it. I had to do a little more eating my humble pie than I wanted to.
It's so good, man. It happens.
But I still got my sell order set up there.
It'd be nice to get a decent type 2 to be able to move my stops underneath. That's kind of what I was looking for. Type 2 on the 15 to be able to move my stops up in the profit and just chill. But as long as I'm awake, that 50 EMA, 15 crossover on the 15 is my stop. Nah, why the face? Not the face like you saw it coming. Nah, y'all take it out on y'all take it out on the legacy trader over here. I would say that his hitbox was different because he was little, but it wasn't. The first time I saw you miss, though, I was like, nah, Neve might be onto something here. But then the next one was a crit, so I was like, okay, the hitbox is still the same. It could. There could be something to it. It could glitch out the RNG or something. Just be glad it's not Michael Saylor. We had Michael Saylor in there one night and he was glitched out. We couldn't do any damage to him. That was during the bull market, though. I think we could take him now. Now I'm dead ass, Delta. I put a picture of Michael Saylor in there. It's funny. I started, like, when I first got it, I started digging. You know how I do too much. I started digging into how I can make my own buses. I don't know, but somebody better get Delta some heals and me, or we're cooked. Issa, too. Nah, way to step it up after I die, gang. Not a realist. That's all right. I didn't have any plans for the future or anything. It's cool. As long as somebody lived to tell the story. I'm surprised I made it that far. I'm telling you, I've got the worst luck with this game. I'm usually the first one to go. Nah, I'm not gonna call any names, but I saw somebody walk up to the dragon and give it energy. That's when I stopped paying attention. Just looked away. So class tomorrow is gonna be a recap on the weekend trap and a update on the changes of CME and how we're gonna move forward and all of that type of good stuff. But we do have a Clankers episode. I've already written the report and everything, and they've already read it. Tomorrow's 3 to 6. Eastern. I'll be right back. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap up a couple things real quick. I'm just getting some work done. That's good, Joe. We're still here, huh? Interesting. What time is it? Hold on. It's on a hot Florida night. What are you hooligans up to? You think withdrawal symptoms, Robo? Or is that old? Oh, is that today? That's always a good shit show. Yeah, you can. Or there's also an indicator, but CoinGlass is cleaner. Or any of them really. Coin Market Cap. If you just go into Google and put crypto fear and greed, I believe the one that most people use is I'll find it right now. Alternative Me is the one that most people go to. If you just put crypto fear and greed, it's like the first one that comes up. Alternative Me, it looks like this. The one horrible thing about it is that they don't have a dark mode, but this is the one that most people fall back on. Alternative.me/crypto/fear and greed. Yeah. I mean, you gotta go back and see historically, right? How long can we stay in fear? How long can we stay in greed? But for the most part, you just don't run to buy extreme fear during the bear because we have months and months of it. Yeah, that's kind of why I like the indicator because it sort of shows you the line on the chart. Let me see. The only thing is you have to wait like I think it's like 24 hours for this thing to update. Yeah, like Neve is saying, Alternative Me updates right away. But if you just want to click a quick glance for the day, fear and greed. I always get this one wrong. Which is the one that I use? This one? Nope. Definitely not. That shit has us in neutral. Nope. Bro. Actually, now that I have them all pulled up, let me see something. All right, this one has us at 53. This one doesn't even look like it has. This one don't even look like it's functional. All right. This one, how are you supposed to read that? I get it. Red bad, green good, but all right, so useless. This one has us in extreme fear or some shit. We're all the way up at 80. Nah. Yeah, give me a second and I'll find it for you, bro. Thought I had it saved. I need to save it once I find it. Always have this problem because so many of them are bad. It doesn't have a lot of I feel like I tried this one already. I'm so mad that I deleted that shit. There we go. Jesus. Let me start that right now. It's the one TIA Technologies 2.4K. Get rid of this. So it shows it to you like this on a bit of a scale. Right? Extreme fear, fear. So we closed in extreme fear. But this takes a while to update. This is why I said that it's good for like a quick sort of glance. But if you want up to date real time, then okay, a little gradient going. You could do that. But we need to make you like red though. You're gonna be red. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. I thought it was gonna color the line. All right, whatever. We stayed down in these things for a while, and we come out of them, and we come back down into them, and we come out of them. Like this is the last bear market. So it's not like a RSI where you tap in and you're just gone, right? We'll come in and out of this thing a couple times. Just consistent lower highs. Damn. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. There's a whole. If you look at what, it's like a bunch of stuff. It's social. It's ATR for the day. But yeah, it's a whole mixture. We've actually got, if you go into CypherBot, I sort of put together our own, and this is a tool that I don't think a lot of people use, but if you go into CypherBot and you ask them for a sentiment analysis on any coin, it'll run that same calculation that they use plus a couple other things I added, but you can have your sentiment analysis on Sol or Sui or at a like quick glance, right? So you don't have to use Bitcoin sentiment, although you still want to know what the sentiment is on Bitcoin, right? But just because the sentiment's good on Bitcoin doesn't mean it's going to be good on Fartcoin. So if you just ask them for like an overall vibe check on a certain coin or a sentiment analysis, they'll run the Cypher sentiment, which is basically just cut and paste of how they do the regular one, plus a couple of extra sort of things I wanted them to check, cross check. Yeah. Let's see, we can do it right now. Where's CypherBot at? CypherBot, I know I told you were done for the night, but get your ass up. This is all my agents. Cypher bot. That's good, gang. Yeah. So, here and 3, 4. Let's see what it gives us for Bitcoin's number compared to what we got. So now it's going through the whole checklist that I make it go through before it comes out with the number. It's having some greeting logic. All right, here we go. So FUD to euphoria meters at 38. Okay, so fear. Not at extreme FUD yet. And then it'll give you a little clip for why. Market's currently sitting in the fear zone. Retail exhaustion, skittishness, Bitcoin consolidates, chops around, volumes cooled off a bit. Let me know if you want a full market report. Sure. Let me get that report. Macro bleed ETF outflows. We're seeing structural break in institutional demand right now. As surging U.S. Treasury yields are putting a massive pressure on risk assets. You don't say, Cypherbot. Bitcoin is currently parked 2-week consolidation band between 75 and 80. But underneath the hood, the spot ETFs are bleeding out. Last week alone saw $1 billion exit U.S. spot, making it the most severe outflow since February. $1 billion in net outflows over the last week, 255 million in ETH, 58 million in Sol. Sorry, 58 million inflows in Sol, 60 million inflows in XRP. Notice where the smart money is rotating while the majors chop. We just witnessed a massive 672 million liquidation flush over the weekend, overwhelmingly destroying leverage long bets. The market got too eager. Yeah, it did. Well, watch blockchain analytics pick up. The Bhutan Sovereign Wealth Fund has systematically moved and likely liquidated roughly $1 billion in Bitcoin over the past year. Long-term holder cost basis ratios are also flashing. Yeah, that's true. Right now, the market's playing a dangerous game of chicken with macro forces. On one hand, rock solid structure 76 is held for 3 consecutive weeks. Retail's fearful. Blah, blah, blah. However, you cannot ignore the institutional flows. 2026 ETF trajectories fundamentally underperforming both 2024 and 2025. Obviously, it's a bear market. Institutional money is acting skittish as U.S. Treasury yields climb, understandably so. When bonds offer that kind of risk-free yield, it sucks the air right out of highly leveraged, high-risk digital assets. It's free money. You see a clean break below 76, 74, potentially 70. Yeah, I agree for the most part. 4-year cycle. Currently navigating the painful chop, middle innings of the traditional Bitcoin 4-year cycle, historically the phase where patience is tested the most. Weaker hands capitulate just before the macro structure shifts. According to our Cypher strategic record, the definitive Bitcoin market terminal date is projected October 6th, 2026. Claude, leave me alone. I'm doing something. I'm reading this and Claude is flashing permissions on the side of my screen. Rallies between the date, structural floor. Yeah. Not bad, Cypher Bot. Sometimes I gotta check on you just in case. It's at the very least a good spot to start some research, you know what I mean? And you don't have to go anywhere. Like, you can just dig in right through there. And don't ever be like, it's always a good idea to be like, show me why. Like, remember, this is AI. You're not going to annoy it. You can ask it why 30 times, even if it explained it 30 times. You can ask that shit 31 times until you get it, you know? Nah, it's kind of shaky. I mean, the bones are there. Like, I really am running a new thesis that the psychological range is going to be, because literally that's it. Once CME opens, that'll be the last gap. Right. So going forward, they're going to need a mechanism to trap. And in other words, my main question is, what do they set the algos to? That's it, to simplify it, right? The algos right now are set to CME during the weekend. That's where they set the range. That's why they set the high and the low trap, so that they can, keep volatility low, so that they can stick to that. But if you boil it down to first principles, the algo is set to keep price as close as possible to where CME closes. So in my opinion, I believe what's going to happen is that they're going to trap longs, trap short. The algo is going to be set on liquidity hunt mode until the psychological ranges start to set. And then the algos are going to switch to treat the psychological range the same way that they treated CME. Does that make sense? Because all of this moving back and forth is having the same effect that our CME would have. It's building that liquidity to the top and the bottom. And that's exactly what they need for the spark to start the weekly swing for the next week. I'm kind of thinking like, we'll have to see how it plays out. But in my opinion, yeah, they would have to keep it. One, it only forms for half a day, if that, right? So you don't have the whole weekend to form the range. So just time-wise, you would assume. But it is interesting to see. You don't typically see, like right now, CME is underneath us. Usually what happens during the psychological range is that market maker tries to bring the range down so that CME is inside of it. Because if that range is going to be mean reversion for the next week, then they want like an insurance policy on CME being left behind. But I'm seeing way more effort from the algos right now being placed and mean reverting around the middle of this, right? Around the middle of this psychological range than I am seeing them, even care about coming down to CME at this moment. You go to the 1 minute, you can kind of see it, right? Like, we're literally just hugging the line. If you draw your range, your point of control is probably going to be right down the middle of that. Yeah. See? So it ends up having the same sort of effect, right? They decide how high the price is going to go, which means they decide how big the range is. And then while they're in that range, this wasn't there before, right? That wasn't there before. And you need this because this is the gas that takes you to free one side or the other, that then puts you back into your regular inventory, which then makes up for the fact that there's no CME and everybody gets to go back to business making money how they used to. I'm trying to think of it from their perspective, right? Because we're thinking, oh man, CME's gone. How are we going to trade? Well, they had to figure out, damn, CME's gone. How are we going to set this trap? You know what I mean? Yeah, we got to go to a higher time frame because they're maxed out. It's showing all of them. But there is a lot of aggression going on in this range. So you see what I mean about the effect that it has? The need for them to do that doesn't go away just because CME goes away. Basically, sample. I mean, it's a running thesis, right? But if I was market maker, that's what I would do. Y'all said hype is running? It's bear market? What bear market? Bear market who? Bear market how? It's close. New ATH right there. Yeah, you could do like a inverse head and shot. I mean, I think it's just gonna go for it. To be honest with you, J hook. The beautiful thing about being up here is that there is nothing to stop you. There's nothing but gas. Well, and cell loaders. Let's see. Now y'all got me interested. Nah, this isn't what we want. It doesn't matter if there's gas up there. It's wide open. So what matters is, are there any cell orders up there? Talk to me. What's wrong? Oh, spot. Duh. Do they only have you on? Yeah, if it's only on spot, then show me the damn orders. No liquidity heat map for this chart. Thanks for nothing, man. Let's just assume there's some sell orders up there, but I think it goes, man. Most people that I know that are holding hype are like super fanatical about this shit. They're not trying to sell just because you broke all-time highs. Oh, but I don't play those type of games. Near's popping too. All right, let's drop an alarm on All right. Nice. Oof. If that could break free. Hold on, though. Bring me that other price. This is the gap I'm talking about. Hey, you got some work to do on there, but if you can pop that, you got a big ass gap above you. This dude 6'9" looks like a Teletubby. I thought I was looking at AI for a second. Those pants are Bottega, but they're also for women. But we don't judge, right? 2026. What happened? Oh, I'm not invested, bro. I watch, especially brand risk, bro. I watch that shit like it's like a slow motion car accident. On a daily candle, you're talking about, Leighton? This one. I mean, that's decent support that you waked off of. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I remember saying that at some point yesterday. That was like, but that's before we went down to that 5. I kind of attribute that to that sweep. Sweep got a little bit out of control. But if you see the value areas that we're looking here, excuse me. I was looking at this yesterday or this morning. Days are starting to blend. But look, if you take the entire value area. Right, so it's moved up now because of the current price action. But when I pulled this yesterday, it was right there. So it's like it broke out of the value area, then it held and it came back in. But, you know, bullishness sort of, which is important, right? Because the difference between a breakout and a deviation, if this would have been inside of that range, opening and closing candles, I'd already be resigned to like 70K. But for right now, it's holding. Now it's dealing with its top. And so if we look at it, no, that's not. We look at just the top section here. Right, that's sort of what we're stuck in at the moment. And so it wicked off of the value area low on the top range and then closed above the value area high of the larger range. And now we're right on the point of control of the small range. Maddie, what's going on? Chapter, we haven't even got to midterms yet. So we're still at chapter 7. And I've already squeezed in a couple extra chapters, and I'm probably going to have to squeeze in another one. We're going to take the weekend chapter and we're going to add to it because with CME closing, we have to cover a couple things. A couple things we got to leave behind and a couple of new things we got to pick up. I appreciate it. I had to cancel class the other day. Real life got to real life in, but we'll make up for it tomorrow. So that's one less class you missed. I'll blame it on you. I'll be like, nah, Maddie wasn't going to be there. So we just, yeah, I'll take a look at Zcash for you. But yeah, that right now is the fight for me. Like, if we get above that point of control, then we got to open up the idea of that 80, which is our golden pocket that I'm targeting, which would be the top of this range again. But if it rejects and it breaks back down into this larger range, then the point of control down here is all the way at 67. All right, Zcash. Nice. Very nice. Top of its range again. Same sort of deal is really similar to what's going on with Bitcoin. Right? If you just look at what we just talked about on a larger scale. Bottom range, held the bottom of the range. Top of the range now. I always sort of root for Zcash when it's time to take profit on shit. Just for the sort of use case reason, right? I mean, I don't know. It's not always, but I noticed that Zcash tends to pump when people are taking profits on other things in crypto, which makes sense because those profits are being let's not say hidden, protected. But small time frames, it looks good. You got to watch a trend. So far, it looks strong. You got your bounce off of these high volume nodes. You're up to the top of your gap. Right? Fell through this range really strong. But when it held, it came back up through it. Right? Through this gap. You rejected off the top. And now you're being held up. If this cracks, you're going back down to the bottom of the range. Like I said, I don't Try not to root against Zcash when people are taking profits on other shit. But let's follow your trend. Your biggest risk is losing this volume node. I mean, it's to the point that you can literally grab the chart and squeeze it into there. You see it? Until that shit adjusts and does stupid shit. But yeah, you're sort of stuck in that range right now, right? So what you want is to break out so you can get above that volume into this gap, which would then make a quick sort of move to 655. If you lose this though, if you start losing these ranges, then at the very least, you're going to retest. Right? You got a fair value gap right here. Pretty sure that's going to be a bunch of vectors too. So I don't know. I don't know if it's the beginning of the day or the end of the day for you. But if I was in this trade, I would be putting an alarm right there at 641. And I'd be putting an alarm right here at 629. And I'd be going to make some coffee because it's too early to make a decision in either way, right? You need to see more. So it's going to be a long hour or two of watching this. Yeah, momentum wise, you're going to be losing. Like you should be losing your momentum on higher time frames already. You've been up here for, well, you're actually resetting a bit. It's not bad. But yeah. Pushing the party a little bit in higher time frames. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, just keep an eye on it. Love to have more of a definitive answer for you, but if you want a bit of a canary in the coal mine to the downside, just set an alarm on that uptrend. Yeah, I'm not even going to try the London accent. It sounds way better in my head than it does out loud. Yeah, I just looked at the screen. You see what I mean about brand risk? Like you look away for a second and you never know what's going to be on the screen when you turn again. Nah, bro, I don't know if y'all are watching this, but it's 2 o'clock. I got to get ready to go to sleep. Well, not go to sleep. I got to do some shit, but I can't stay up all night tonight. Going at it too. The dude with the orange hair is like an inch taller than the bald dude, and the bald dude is taking all his pain out on him. You got hair and you're taller than me? Now I'm about to put hands and feet on you. Always bet on the. I know they say you're not supposed to fight angry. That doesn't count for brand risk. Brand risk, you always fight for the angry boxer. I mean, you always bet on the angry boxer. Nobody's got any skills, so nobody's taking advantage of anybody's emotion. It's like a street fight. The person that's the most upset is probably going to win if both are untrained. I don't have Rain Bet or anything downloaded. And if I was to bet on a little people fight, which I wouldn't, but if I did, it'd probably be a small bet. I would only want to take a tiny risk. Practicing for when I have kids, man. I see the ball guy win. Other dude tired. Oh, you talking about Bitcoin? Going sideways until we break this range. I'm still looking for the same. I'm still sort of looking for the same thing. Finish the squiggle range. Take CME. If anything, come down and put a decent type 2, which we still haven't done technically. But ever since I said earlier, whenever I was like, doesn't this feel like we're in a weekend trap now? And we started putting in the psych ranges, we literally haven't moved, bro. We've just been dead sideways. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's nowhere to move a stop up. This is when trailing stops, with your best friend. Yo. You trolling me, or did you just really get here and not hear what I said before? That's exactly what I said. No. I'm laughing because I know you didn't. But yeah, that's sort of what I'm moving off of. The idea that the psych ranges now become where the liquidity is piled up at. Because they did make a beeline away from those trap shorts, and we're literally dead center between trap long and trap short right now. Like this, if it wasn't for the fact that CME is down here, like if we just ignored that, This would be a traditional trap. Right? We would be like that. I don't know. We'd have to see, right? Because daily open is just slightly after the psych ranges start forming. So your first daily open ends up inside of the ranges, right? But it could be. I mean, we already know daily open's a strong mean reversion, right? So the psych ranges could end up being the outside of the range, and then, but it's gonna take at least, honestly, 3 or 4 months to have enough sort of data from all the weekends that passed to be sure about it. But to me, it makes sense. If I was market maker and I was trying to keep my weekly cycle alive, my inventory cycle alive, which it needs to, or I quit. And if I quit, you're all screwed. So that's how I would do it. That's exactly how I would do it. I think it's dope, right? Because it's like, you know, everybody was already on CME, and it's like cool. And I know it sucks for like new people that just learned CME, especially people that came here, right, and never heard of it, and they just figured out the weekly swing, and now this is happening, and you're like, oh, this is why we can't have nice things. But
Hopefully, at least.
yeah, there's going to be a couple of good edges. There's already a couple I can see, but there'll be more. And we've lost edges before. Like, this isn't the first. That's what I'm going to talk about tomorrow in class. I'm going to go over all the edges we used to have that we no longer had, how they changed, how people acted when they changed. Bro, it's not that long ago, 2 or 3 months ago, where I was having arguments with people that the weekend trap was even a thing. Like, they made it through 9 years of CME gaps without figuring it out. I don't expect them to automatically jump onto the new, you know.
I mean, with you here streaming on YouTube.
Yeah, but depends when you come in, bro. You come in and someone's talking about aliens and shit, and you just change the channel. And you don't get to change the channel before you get to the sauce.
That's
the cheat
touche on
code.
that one.
That's the cheat code, bro. The strategy, defensive, keep our edges secret. I mean,
Do you think
honestly,
it's gonna bring more volatility?
You sort of want more people in on it because you want that multiplier effect. It's nice to know that when you're trading towards a CME gap, every trader and their mother is, you know, it's like that force multiplier. It makes that like easy trade. I don't care about having it and nobody else having it. What I care about is figuring it out as soon as possible so we don't waste any weekends.
Yeah, true that. I'm just sad that market maker couldn't hold the last CME.
I know, right? Like, I mean, yeah, I feel you. For old time's sake, give us a good textbook trap.
One last hurrah.
I can't complain, bro. I've made more than my fair share off of CME.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, this move yesterday, this drop in this move today has been pretty well, pretty good.
Nice. Oh yeah. It's funny. Yo, how are they still fighting?
I'm guessing during class tomorrow, I'm gonna go over like the 2-hour close and stuff during Saturday.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over all that. We're gonna try to map it out, and then I'm gonna sort of give the metrics that I'm gonna be using to like moving forward to judge it.
One quick question on that. How is it? Is it like the whole world just gonna close down? Like, I